Muy buenos días,
A very good morning to you all, delegates. And it's a pleasure to welcome you to the 135th session of Council. And I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all Council members, Observer member states, and representatives of Observer organisations. Pursuant to Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of Council, set out in Council Circular 1, Circ 1 Rev 1, plenary meetings of the Council shall be held in public unless the Council decides otherwise, and public meetings of the Council will be live streamed. The criteria and procedures for live streaming of IMO Council plenary meetings to the public can be found in Council Resolution C-79133. I have not received any requests in writing not to live stream plenary meetings, and therefore they will be live streamed. Live streaming in all 6 official languages is available on IMO's streaming platform, which can be found on IMO Docs landing page and the IMO YouTube channel. As per meeting arrangements, pursuant to Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council, sessions of the Council shall be held in person at the headquarters of the organisation, supported by hybrid meeting capabilities, unless they are convened elsewhere in accordance with a decision by the Council. All Council members that have registered on the online meeting registration system, the OMRS, will be deemed to be present within the meaning of Rule 40.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. As to meeting hours, I'd like to inform Council that the working hours for plenary are as follows. The morning meeting 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. with a coffee break from 11 to 11:30 a.m. The afternoon meeting 2:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a tea break from 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I'd remind you that the cafeteria and cafeteria facilities are available on the 4th floor. Having said that, I'd now like to turn to the Secretary-General for his opening remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to you all. Welcome to the 135th session of the Council of the International Maritime Organization. Today's opening marks the beginning of a significant sequence of meetings for the organisation as we are preparing now for the 34th regular session of the Assembly to be held next week. The work that you do here at this meeting will shape and inform the Assembly's deliberations, particularly with regard to our budget, strategic directions, multilingualism and governance matters. One of the most important matters is the proposed results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. This budget will shape our capacity to deliver on the expectations of member states and to respond to the rapidly evolving demands placed on the maritime sector. It will also play a critical role in ensuring that the organisation remains financially sustainable while continuing to support implementation, capacity development, and the effective operation of our technical bodies. In the area of human resources, Council will consider proposed amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules. These amendments are intended to modernise our internal framework, to strengthen transparency and accountability, and to ensure that the Secretariat remains well positioned to support Member States with the very greatest degree of professionalism. You will also be invited to consider the enhancement of multilingualism, including the proposal for the progressive introduction of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly. Another important item relates to the future development of the IMO number scheme as the keystone of unique identification for ships, companies, and registered owners. The scheme underpins transparency, accountability, and the integrity of the global maritime system. As always, I trust that your deliberations will be conducted in the constructive spirit which characterises this Council, and I'm confident that under the able leadership of your chair, Mr. Victor Jiménez Fernández of Spain, and with the support of your vice chair, Mrs. Amane Fatala of Morocco, the Council will make meaningful and significant progress on the important matters before you. And you may, of course, always count on the full commitment and support of the Secretariat throughout your work. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias, Secretario General, distinguidos delegados y delegadas.
Thank you very much, Secretary General and distinguished delegates. I'd now like to turn to the head of the Administrative Division for some remarks on the arrangements for the meeting. You have the floor, Mrs. Prempe.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. With regard to guidance on hybrid capabilities, can we invite everyone to refer to Circular Letter number 4627, Guidance on the Use of IMO Hybrid Meeting Capabilities. At the request of the IMO Council, the Secretariat has implemented changes to the hybrid meeting system to generate a single request-to-speak list during plenary meetings. The list will combine requests for the floor from both in-person and remote active participants. Using this feature implies changes in the way the microphone system operates and how the floor is requested and given to delegations in the room. The Secretariat will now play a short tutorial video explaining these changes.
To request the floor, press the button of your microphone once. A green light indicates that your request to speak has been registered. Requests to speak are displayed on dedicated screens in the room and online on Zoom. To withdraw your request, press the microphone button a second time. The green light will turn off and your delegation's name will be removed from the list. When the chair gives the floor to your delegation, your microphone will be activated from the podium. A red light indicates that your microphone is live. When speaking, a banner with your delegation's name and the associated flag or logo will be shown on the video image. One microphone may be shared by two delegations. It is important to press the correct microphone button to avoid the wrong delegation being registered to speak. Delegation cards indicate the seat allocation in the room. Cards are placed alphabetically, row by row, from right to left, then from left to right alternatively, as shown on the following animation. In request to speak mode, it is important to press the microphone only once to avoid your request being removed from the list. Use a microphone button assigned to your delegation only, or the wrong delegation will be registered to speak. Lastly, it is important not to change the positions of the cards in the room. Talk to meeting services staff if changes are required.
Thank you. We kindly ask you to note any feedback you may have on the single request to speak list. We will collect any feedback at the end of the council session. We would also like to refer you to the Hot Topics section of the IMO Docs website for more details. Following the adoption of the Code of Conduct for delegates, observers and other participants at IMO meetings, events and activities to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, this is a reminder that all participants in this session are subject to the Code of Conduct and invited to familiarize themselves with the code, which can be found in circular letter number 4908. Regarding statements, all delegations are urged to send any statements or remarks as far as possible in advance to statements@imo.org. In the email subject, please specify the meeting, delegation, and agenda item. This will assist the interpreters in their work. Housekeeping matters and additional information for participation in IMO meetings have been shown on the screen and can also be found on IMO Docs. A list of events of interest to delegates scheduled to take place during the session at the IMO headquarters is provided in document C135J2. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Prempeh. And we'll now continue with the adoption of the agenda. I'd like to remind all delegates that, unlike committees which produce detailed reports, the Council issues a summary of decisions. Please note that individual statements will not be attached to this summary as the session is being recorded. Interventions by delegates will be available on IMO Docs as audio records in due course. As you're aware, we have a very busy agenda, and in order to ensure that we conclude our work efficiently, I would kindly encourage you to keep your statements as concise as possible, and I therefore propose that any documents submitted be introduced with a statement limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Let me assure you that I will do my utmost to facilitate a smooth session, and as always, I appreciate your usual invaluable cooperation in helping us to achieve our goals. Thank you. Before moving on to the first item on our agenda, I do have a request to speak from the delegation of Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address this session of Council to share an update on the impact of Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane which hit Jamaica on Tuesday, October 28, 2025. At the outset, please be assured of my delegation's commitment to the critical work of the Council and the objectives of the IMO to promote safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. Chair, Hurricane Melissa, the strongest storm in our recorded history, caused widespread damage to homes, ecosystems, critical infrastructure, as well as damage to vessels and ports. The World Bank has estimated the loss and damage suffered as a result of the hurricane as equivalent to 44% of Jamaica's GDP in 2024. Regrettably, 98 lives were lost in the Caribbean, with 48 deaths reported in Jamaica up to this time. The impact of climate change caused by rising global temperatures is a lived reality for small island developing states such as Jamaica. We remain historically among the least contributors, yet we bear the brunt of extreme weather events. We must continue to highlight the impact of the climate crisis and to make tangible effects to limit greenhouse gas emissions in line with the 1.5 degree Celsius goal. We must also continue to advocate for adequate climate financing. Chair, the relief and recovery efforts have commenced, and maritime transport continues to serve as a backbone of our national recovery, with the shipping industry playing a critical role in delivering much-needed relief supplies and materials for the restoration of infrastructure. Before closing, it is very important to recall that several other countries in our region were also impacted by Hurricane Melissa, namely Haiti, Cuba, and the Bahamas, that are now in the process of recovery. We also stand with our colleagues from the Philippines, who recently faced a typhoon of epic proportions. It would be remiss of me not to thank all of you, our trusted bilateral and international partners from IMO member states who have contributed much needed humanitarian aid in the form of personnel, equipment, and cargoes. We have been deeply touched by your kind words and sentiments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Jamaica, Bahamas, please.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, the Bahamas wishes to endorse the statement made by the distinguished delegate of Jamaica. We are one of those countries that are in the firing line, having also suffered from a Category 5 hurricane, namely Dorian, in 2019, and have suffered the same fate as Jamaica in two of our northernmost islands, namely Abaco and Grand Bahama. And so we are able to relate and to offer our support to the people and the government of Jamaica and all of the other islands that have suffered in our region from such storms, namely Cuba and Haiti. But we are also mindful of the impact of climate change, not just in our area, but in all areas of the world. No executive order, no rule, no regulation, no denial can change the fact that we are living in a time of extreme weather. And don't take our word for it. Look around you. Whether you are in Europe, whether you are in Asia, whether you are in Africa, in the Pacific, whether you are our colleagues in the Philippines, in Japan, in Korea, in China, wherever you are in this world, you are being impacted by extreme weather. That is a simple fact. Whether it is in the form of drought, of flood, or hurricane or typhoons. These are the realities that impact international shipping as well as the economies generally. And so this institution has to continue to do whatever it can to play its part in trying to reduce the impact of extreme climate. This is our struggle, all of us. And I wish to encourage all member states to continue the good fight. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. The delegation of Cuba, please. Chair and distinguished delegates, on behalf of Cuba and in association with what has been said by Jamaica and the Bahamas, we'd like to extend our most heartfelt sympathy to all those countries of the Caribbean which were affected by Melissa, and also to express our solidarity with those Asian countries which have also been affected by similar events. Once again, an extreme weather event has shown the vulnerability and shed by countries in our region. We are united by the sea, but we are also exposed to the growing effect and impact of climate change. In Cuba, there's been significant damage to coastal and port infrastructure, to maritime routes, and also other Caribbean islands who depend on the sea. Similar situations can be seen in other Caribbean states today. Housing has been affected, fisheries, the destruction of small ports, and human grief to which no figure can be attributed. And despite all of this, our region has continued to show its resilience and strength. We sincerely thank all those who've expressed their support and reiterate our intention to continue to work together in the Caribbean region and as an international community in order to strengthen our readiness to adjust our infrastructure and to ensure that the maritime sector can face up to the challenges of an ever more extreme climate. Today, we would urge the IMO and member states to continue with specific activities to enhance early warning systems, sustainable development, and to promote maritime safety measures which will protect not just ships and ports, but above all, the life of our people. We are strong, but we're not alone. And together we can build a safer and more resilient future for our shared ocean. Thank you.
Gracias a Cuba.
Thank you, Cuba. Ghana.
Chair, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We convey the support of Ghana to Jamaica and all other countries affected by the hurricane. The Republic of Ghana takes notice of the situation. As some of us would have noticed, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency President Mahama, issued a statement of solidarity and sympathy to all the countries affected. The President also sent a token of relief items to the countries as an indication of Ghana's support in this challenging situation. We are taking this floor to again convey the message of the President to all those affected so that it is on record here at the IMO, and to indicate that Ghana looks forward to working with all states in addressing climate issues. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you very much to the delegation of Ghana. On behalf of Council, I'd like to associate ourselves with those expressions of solidarity and condolences extended to the countries in the Caribbean region as a result of Hurricane Melissa, as we've heard from Jamaica, Bahamas, and Cuba. And as I was saying, I'd now like to move on to the first item on our agenda, namely the adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda for this session is contained in document C 135/1. Please be advised that no document has been submitted with regard to agenda item 7, the IMO International Maritime Law Institute, and that the revised statute of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute, IMLI, will be submitted, therefore, to the 137th session of the Council, and therefore we will not consider agenda item 7 at this session. I'd like to now invite delegates to make any comments, should they wish, on C135/1. The floor is open.
Entiendo que el
I take it that Council agrees to the adoption of the agenda for this session. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And I would also ask Council to note document C 135/1/1, which contains the annotated agenda as well as the provisional timetable for this week. If there are no comments, then this completes consideration of this agenda item, and we will now turn to agenda item 2, report on credentials. In accordance with Rule 10 of the Council's Rules of Procedure, members of the Council are required to transmit to the Secretary-General the credentials of their representative and alternates, if any, not later than the opening day of the Council. And now invite the Secretary-General to report on the situation. Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased to report that the credentials of all Council members have been received and found to be in order. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General. Invito...
Thank you very much, Secretary-General. Can I ask Council to take note of the Secretary-General's report on the credentials? And if there are no objections, it is so noted. And I would now like to ask you to turn to item 3 on strategy and planning. And I would invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C135/3 on the status of the outputs for the 2024-2025 biennium. Thank you, Chair. The document informs Council on the status of the organisation's outputs for the 2024-2025 biennium. The document consists of an analysis and a summary of the status of outputs for the current biennium. The annex provides a detailed table with the status of each output. The status is presented as projected at the end of the biennium. Should there be any changes at the end of the year, the status will be updated accordingly in the GESIS module on organisational planning, which Member States can access. In summary, of the 161 outputs, 41% have been completed, which is in line with the targeted percentage for the biennium, while 29% are ongoing, as they primarily involve continuous work by the relevant IMO organs. Out of all the outputs, 17% have been extended or postponed by the parent organ in the course of the biennium, owing to the nature of the work to be undertaken, and their completion is now expected in the next biennium or beyond. For 13% of outputs, work is in progress as their target completion year goes beyond the biennium 2024-2025. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And can I now turn to Council and ask whether there are any observations or comments with regard to this document? The floor is open.
República de Corea.
Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we express our deepest condolences and solidarity to the people of Jamaica and the countries of the Caribbean region on the loss of life and properties caused by Hurricane Melissa. On the matter at hand, the Republic of Korea would like to express its thanks to the Secretary General for submitting this document. The biannual review of the status of the output is an important task, as it is closely linked to the organization's workload, productivity, and the resource allocations. Compared to the data from the previous biennium submitted to the 130th session of the Council, we note that the number of extended outputs had decreased, and all outputs had been completed. The Republic of Korea expresses its sincere appreciation for the leadership of the chairs and the vice chairs of all committees and the effort of the Secretariat. We hope that through our collective effort, the organization's strategic goal will continue to be achieved smoothly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la República de Corea.
Thank you to the Republic of Korea. The delegation of Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia joined others in expressing sympathy to the victims of the recent tropical cyclones in the Caribbean and the Philippines. And we convey our greetings to Monaco on their National Day. On the matter under Agenda Item 3, Indonesia thanks to the Secretary General for the comprehensive report in document C-135/3. We note the substantial volume of work completed across the biennium and the high rate of delivery of scheduled outputs. At the same time, we would like to offer several brief observations. First, while the completion rate is encouraging, many extended outputs relate to the areas critical for developing states, such as GHG reductions, the review of the ballast water management conventions, underwater noise, alternative fuels and associated safety measures, mass and human element matters. These areas have direct implications for regulatory planning and national implementations, making predictability essential. Second, Indonesia would appreciate clearer information on the causes of extensions, distinguish between workload constraint, divergent views, or technical capacity needs would help the member states plan more effectively. Third, we encourage stronger alignment between delayed outputs and the support provided through the ITCP, given that many extended areas correspond to the issues where developing countries require targeted capacity building. Fourth, as major seafaring nations, Indonesia underscores the importance of progressing the human element-related outputs, including fair treatment of seafarers, abandonment cases, and the PSC capacity building. Finally, Indonesia values the Secretariat's transparent reporting and encourage further strengthening of its analytical components, particularly regarding risks and the bottlenecks to support informed oversight by the Council. We will continue to support measures that enhance the effectiveness, predictability, and inclusiveness of the organization's work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
شكرا لك سيد الرئيس وصباح.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Secretary General, and good morning to the Secretariat and all delegations represented here. From the outset, we would like to express our condolences and solidarity with the people of Jamaica and other Caribbean states who have been affected by Hurricane Melissa. We stand also in solidarity with the Philippines, and we are sure that we will overcome these challenges. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wishes to thank the Secretary General for the comprehensive report in document C1353 and commends the Secretariat for the effective monitoring and coordination of the organization's outputs during the 2024-2025 biennium. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia notes with appreciation the high completion rate achieved, which demonstrates the organization's continued efficiency and strong alignment with its strategic plan for 2024 to 2029. We also welcome the progress made across the various strategic directions, particularly those addressing emerging technologies, regulatory effectiveness, and environmental protection, as these are essential for promoting innovation, safety, and sustainability in the maritime sector. We also recognize the continued focus on digitalization, cybersecurity, and intercommittee coordination, which play an important role in maintaining coherence. Chair, we reaffirm our full commitment to supporting the organization's mission to protect the environment and to ensure the welfare of seafarers worldwide. Thank you.
Gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Bangladesh, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning and greetings from Bangladesh. Chair, let me join others in expressing our compassion and solidarity to the people of Jamaica, Bahamas, Cuba, Haiti, and Philippines, who has been affected by the recent hurricanes. Happy National Day to Monaco. Chair, we take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome our new director, MSD. With the matter at hand, Bangladesh delegation commends the Secretariat for the effective implementation and diligent monitoring of outputs during the biennium 2024-2025. The strong completion rates reported in both years reflect the Secretariat's continued commitment and operational excellence and timely delivery. Bangladesh further appreciates the successful execution of all annual and continuous output, which demonstrates sustained efforts and responsiveness to the organization's priorities. We encourage the Secretariat to maintain this positive momentum and continue aligning its work with the strategic targets and priorities of the organization with tangible and measurable results across all programmatic areas. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Bangladesh.
Thank you, Bangladesh, the delegation of Morocco.
Mr. Chair, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, allow me to begin by extending once again our sincere condolences and our thoughts to all those affected by the recent events that some of my colleagues have already referred to, resulting from the impact of climate change. Also, our heartfelt congratulations to the new MSD Director. My delegation would like to express our sincere thanks to the Secretariat for the preparation of this detailed and highly informative document. The clarity of the data and the rigor of the analysis it presents allows us to fully appreciate organizations' achievement during the 2024-2025 biennium. The figures speak for themselves. Out of the 61 planned outputs, 88 were fully delivered, with a delivery rate of 94% in 2024 and 96% in 2025 for annual deadlines. These results bear witness to rigorous management, collective commitment, and a remarkable execution capacity on the part of all the bodies and the Secretariat. We would like to highlight several key strengths: the significant progress made in implementing the strategic directions, particularly in the area of technical cooperation, maritime safety, and organizational effectiveness. The clear forward planning with many outputs already in progress for the 2026 and 2027 period. And finally, the transparency in presenting challenges, including postponed and extended outputs, which allows us to understand the reasons behind them and formulate appropriate responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much, Morocco. If there are no further requests for the floor from member states, I will now turn to observers, beginning with the delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, greetings to you all. First, this delegation joins others in expressing our deepest sympathies and solidarity to the government and the good people of the Caribbean and the Philippines who have been affected by the devastating impact of Hurricane Malaysia. We also wish Monaco a happy National Day. Mr. President, Nigeria commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the thorough and transparent presentation of document C-1353, which provides a detailed review of the organization's output for the 2024-2025 biennium. The strong completion rate of 94% in 2024 and 96% in 2025, as well as the overall fulfillment of all outputs scheduled for the biennium, is a testament to the Secretariat's efficiency and the collective commitment of member states to the IMO strategic directions. Nigeria particularly welcomes the balanced progress achieved across all 8 strategic directions, notably in strengthening regulatory effectiveness, integrating new and emerging technologies, and advancing global facilitation and supply chain resilience. These outcomes underscore the organization's continued relevance and adaptability in an evolving maritime domain. Mr. President, Nigeria believes that the impressive delivery of outputs during this biennium reinforces confidence in the IMO's results-based management framework and its strategic planning mechanism. However, as we transition into the next biennium, we encourage continued prioritization of outputs related to climate actions, capacity building, and human elements, especially as they pertain to developing maritime nations. We further underscore the importance of ensuring that the pace of regulatory innovations remain inclusive, with adequate technical assistance to support full implementation by all member states. Mr. President, Nigeria reaffirms in unwavering support for the Secretariat's efforts and stand ready to collaborate actively in advancing the organization's mandate toward a safe, secure, and environmentally sustainable shipping. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to you and to all distinguished participants. South Africa expresses its deep solidarity with all countries and regions recently affected by severe floods and other devastating disasters, and extends its heartfelt condolences to the families and communities who have suffered loss and hardship as a result. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for document C135/3 and commends the structured approach followed in reviewing the IMO strategy and the planning of outputs for the 2024-2025 biennium. We welcome the clear linkages drawn between strategic directions, expected outputs, and performance indicators, and these are critical for ensuring accountability and measurable progress across the work of the organization. We also note the progress update on the biennial outputs, where approximately 41% have already been completed, consistent with the targets for this period, while about 29% remain ongoing due to their continuous and recurring nature, with a further 17% deferred or extended by the responsible organs. All of this reflecting the complexity of the work involved, thereby justifying the need to carry these tasks into the next biennium. This information provides a useful snapshot of implementation dynamics and helps ensure that the work program remains realistic and appropriately sequenced. We further underscore safety, environmental stewardship, and digitalization, whilst also strengthening support for developing countries, particularly SEEDs and LDCs. South Africa remains committed to this process to ensure the strategy remains relevant, coherent, and capable of guiding the organization through a rapidly changing maritime context. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Sudáfrica. Delegación.
Thank you, South Africa. The delegation of Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank everyone who has already spoken and provided words of comfort due to the effects of the typhoon that has affected the Philippines recently, and our deep condolences to Jamaica and neighboring countries. The Philippines expresses its appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the clear and comprehensive report presented in document C135/3, which offers a thorough review of outputs for the 2024-2025 biennium. The report underscores the organization's strong commitment to delivering on its mandate, and we wish to highlight our support in 3 key areas. The report highlights exceptional delivery and implementation performance, with output completion rates of 94% for 2024 and 1996 for 2025, demonstrating the dedication and diligence of all IMO bodies in finalizing the planned outputs by the end of the biennium. It also underscores the continued prioritization of Strategic Direction 7 on regulatory effectiveness for international shipping, which accounts for the largest proportion of outputs at 31%, and remains vital to ensuring safe, secure, and environmentally responsible global shipping. In addition, we recognize the important work under Strategic Direction 1 on implementation of IMO instruments and capacity development, representing 16% of outputs and of particular value to developing countries, including the Philippines. Finally, it acknowledges the organization's achievements under Strategic Direction 8 on enhancing organizational effectiveness, especially efforts to strengthen resource management and complete a comprehensive strategic framework for 2024-2029 and its corresponding budget. Overall, the report provides confidence in the organization's capacity to manage its responsibilities and achieve its strategic objectives. The Philippines invites the Council to take note of the information in Document C 135/3 and support the proposed actions. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Philippines. Given or having heard those comments, I can take it that Council can note the information on the status of the organisation's outputs for the 2024-2025 biennium, and if there are no objections, it is so decided. Let us now move on to agenda item 4 on resource management. This item has 5 sub-items, which we will deal with in sequence. That is, human resources matters, financial reports, reports on member state contributions, consideration of requests by members, if any, for waiver of the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention, and the results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. I'd therefore like firstly to turn to the Secretary General for an introduction to documents C 135/4A and 4A1 on human resource matters. Thank you, Chair. C 135/4A provides information on human resource matters and relevant data as of the 31st of October 2025. I'm pleased to update you on progress in line with my commitment to promote multilingualism across the Secretariat with the introduction of a revamped language offering in all 6 official languages. The engagement with the UN Centre for Learning and Multilingualism has had a positive uptake and is well received across the Secretariat. The International Civil Service Commission, ICSC, is in the final stages of preparing the outcome of the General Services Salary Survey, coordinated by the Local Salary Survey Committee, headed by IMO for the London duty station. The results of the survey will be made available in spring of 2026, and the relevant references can be found in the budget document, which will be presented later. The document also provides data on gender and geographic representation across the organisation as at the 31st of October. Overall, the data on the gender distribution within the Secretariat has remained substantially the same since the last report, although there have been some movements up and down in various categories following retirements and recruitments. In terms of further enhancing the diversity within our workforce, the Secretariat has seen the addition of 2 new nationalities from the Asia-Pacific region, that is, Malaysia and Australia. With regard to new senior appointments, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. David Osborne as Director of the Marine Environment Division. And I'd also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada as he retires for his dedicated service to the organisation, and to update Council on the appointment of his successor, Monsieur Damien Chevalier, as Director of the Maritime Safety Division. Document C1354/A1 reports on the amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules, specifically on the regulations, rules and policies governing the duties and responsibilities of staff members and the process for addressing misconduct. The document also provides procedures for reporting and investigation of misconduct, protection from retaliation, and the disciplinary process. These revisions are aimed at updating and aligning the IMO staff regulations and staff rules as appropriate with the United Nations, with a view to creating a concise and comprehensive regulatory framework for greater clarity and for the benefit of staff and the organisation. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And can I welcome the new directors, Mr. David Osborne and Monsieur Damien Chevalier, to this session of Council. And I'd also, again, like to underscore the work done by Mr. Hiro Yamada throughout his time in the Secretariat. I'd now like to call for comments on these documents C135/4A and C135/4A1 and the Secretary General's introduction to these documents. The floor is open.
Delegación de India.
Delegation of India.
Thank you, Chair. India expresses its appreciation to the Secretary General for the thorough alignment of staff regulations and staff rules with United Nations standards, particularly the strengthened provisions on duties, conduct, and whistleblower protection. India notes that several UN system bodies implement mandatory annual ethics and conduct refresher training, accompanied by certification or annual compliance acknowledgement. Chair, in alignment with these established UN practices, India suggests that the IMO may also consider introducing a similar annual or periodic refresher training and certification mechanism to reinforce awareness of duties, obligations, whistleblower protections, and internal justice framework. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la Delegación de India.
Thank you to the Delegation of India. Japan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you all. At the outset, our delegation would like to express our sincere condolence to our neighbor delegation of Jamaica and other countries in the region for tragic damage and loss of the people's lives caused by Hurricane Melissa. We also extend our condolence to the Philippines for the damage caused by the recent typhoon. Japan, as a country continuously facing with a number of natural disasters, including typhoons, we are always with those people. On the other hand, we thank Secretary General for the updates. Japan warmly welcomes the new MED Director, Mr. Osborne, and the new MSD Director, Mr. Chevalier. And we wish to express our sincere gratitude, and we wish to sincerely commend Mr. Hiro Yamada-san for his long and outstanding contribution to this organization and international maritime sector overall. Now, on document C1354A1, regarding the staff regulation and the staff rules, ensuring an appropriate process to address the misconduct, including protection against retaliation, in a fair and transparent manner is of paramount importance of this organization as one of the UN specialized agencies. Japan considers that the proposed amendments are well aligned with the recent UN regulations and supports approving these amendments. Japan kindly requests the Secretary General to continue to ensure appropriate management of human resources, which is crucial to maintain and to improve this organization's performance. Thank you.
Gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. The Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, allow me to join others to express our sincere condolences and solidarity to the delegations and the people of Jamaica and the other nations in the Caribbean region that had to suffer the devastating effects of Hurricane Melissa. And our thoughts are also with the government and the people of the Philippines. This delegation fully supports the call expressed by some of these delegations to keep working together as an international community to face up the challenges of ever more extreme climate conditions. With regard to the issue at hand, my delegation thanks the Secretary General for submitting the important document C135/4A/1. We are pleased that the staff regulations and staff rules have been amended to align with those of the UN, and we support the essential changes, such as the one to reporting and investigation of misconduct and disciplinary measures. In particular, we welcome the new Appendix E to the staff regulations and staff rules containing the IMO policy and procedures for investigation of alleged breaches of IMO policy on right to work in an harassment-free environment. To work in an harassment-free environment is a right that cannot be taken lightly, and a right that should be fostered and protected vigorously. A right that should not only apply to IMO staff, but also to delegates representing their country or organization in meetings of the IMO. Regrettably, my delegation has observed that working in an harassment-free environment, even for delegates, is not something that goes without saying or can be taken for granted. In this respect, my delegation appeals to all participants to meetings of the organization to uphold this right and treat everyone with respect and dignity, no matter how sensitive or challenging the discussions on the matters at stake may be. IMO should be and should remain a safe place for everyone, where misconduct and misbehavior in any form are unacceptable. IMO has always been and should remain an example within the UN family where collaboration and seeking consensus through dialogue has been the trademark of the organization on the basis of mutual respect and tolerance. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you to the Netherlands. The delegation of Chile, please. Thank you, Chair. This is the first time that we've spoken, and we'd like, therefore, to extend condolences to Jamaica and the other Caribbean countries as a result of Hurricane Melissa, and also to the Philippines. We would like to thank the Secretary General for this introduction, and we very much appreciate the efforts to update and align the staff regulations and staff rules and to bring this into line with the United Nations system framework. This is a real commitment to institutional modernization, integrity and transparency, and these are all crucial elements for an efficient and consistent international organization. In particular, we note the inclusion of a better structured ethics and disciplinary procedure, which unifies matters and means that denunciation, investigation, and resolution of cases can be integrated into a single area. This is very significant because it will allow or ensure that the organization has a clearer, more professional system in line with international standards relating to justice. Thank you.
Gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all distinguished delegates, those here in person and those participating remotely. First, let me start by extending Canada's sympathies and support to the countries affected by the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa and the typhoons affecting countries across Asia. We recognize that climate-related natural disasters are on the rise and pose significant challenges to lives, infrastructure, and economic stability. We commend the resilience and determination of our colleagues here at the IMO from Jamaica, Bahamas, Cuba, the Philippines, and others, as well as their governments and communities in responding to this crisis. Canada wishes to express its appreciation to the Secretariat for the work undertaken in preparing submission C-135-4A1 and for the comprehensive review of the IMO's staff regulations and staff rules. The amendments as proposed in Annex 1 successfully update the IMO's approach to staff duties, obligations, and privileges with that of the UN. This greater alignment between the IMO and UN staff regulations brings consistency and clarity that will benefit staff and our organization alike. These amendments, as proposed in Annex 2, on the investigation of misconduct and disciplinary measures, codify the IMO's ongoing commitment to the right of all IMO employees to fulfill their duties in a healthy work environment in a more transparent manner. The enshrined commitment to a harassment-free workplace at the IMO strengthens public trust in the integrity of our organization and serves to support and protect the staff from so many of our member states working here at the IMO. Canada is therefore pleased to support the amendments to the staff regulations as set out in Annexes 1 and 2. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Mexico, please. Thank you, Chair. A good day to you, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mexico would like to express its solidarity with Jamaica, the Bahamas, Cuba, and Haiti, who have all been affected by Hurricane Melissa, and the Philippines, who suffered a typhoon's passing. We very much regret the loss of life and all damage caused by these natural disasters. We agree and share all that's been said by delegations in those countries, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Cuba. Clearly, island states are very much in the firing line. Mexico understands this very well because time and again we have been affected also by hurricanes that have hit our coastlines, and we therefore call on everyone to do their efforts to mitigate the impacts of climate change. We'd like to congratulate Monaco on their National Day and welcome to Mr. Osborne and Monsieur Chevalier. We also note the dedicated service of Mr. Yamada. Mexico would like to thank the Secretary General for the introduction to these documents and all that's been done, all the work that's been done to the benefit of the organization, particularly the amendments to the staff regulations and rules. And these, we think, constitute a significant progress for IMO staff with regard to administration, transparency, and consistency with the United Nations system standards. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. The delegation of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we thank Secretary General for introducing the documents under discussion. Chair, Bangladesh wishes to express its full support to the proposed amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules as outlined in document C135/4A/1. We commend the Secretariat for its continued effort to strengthen the organization's internal justice framework and align it with the United Nations system of administrative justice. Chair, we particularly welcome the decision to accept the jurisdiction of the United Nations Dispute Tribunal as IMO's first instance tribunal, as this represents an important step in ensuring fairness, consistency, and transparency in the handling of staff-related matters. Furthermore, we appreciate the consolidation of policies and procedures in line with recommendations of the GIU and United Nations Administrative Framework. These updates will not only enhance clarity and efficiency, but also strengthen staff confidence in the integrity of the internal justice system. Finally, my delegation supports the approval of the amendments to the staff regulations as presented in the annex. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Within this opportunity, this delegation wishes to congratulate Mr. Damian as the new director of MSD. And turning to the matter at hand, Indonesia thanks to the Secretariat for providing documents C-135 4A and 4A1, and wishes to offer several observations aimed to strengthening fairness, transparency, and inclusiveness in the organization's human resource framework. First, Indonesia notes the updated data on gender and geographic representations. While progress in certain grades is welcome, the persistent underrepresentation of several regions, including Asia and the Pacific, remains apparent. Indonesia considers it important that Secretariat continue to broaden outreach and recruitment channels, and we would like to welcome more information on targeted measures that will help diversity the talent pipeline, particularly at senior levels. A more balanced and a globally representative workforce enhance the legitimacy and the effectiveness of the IMO. Second, Indonesia appreciates the comprehensive reform of the staff regulation and staff rules. This amendment represents an important modernization aligned with the UN system standards. However, Indonesia underlines that the credibility of this framework will depend on the consistent, impartial, and transparent implementations. We encourage the Secretariat to ensure that the strengthened provisions and investigations, whistleblowing protections, anti-retaliations, safeguards, and anti-fraud mechanism are supported by adequate resourcing, staff training, and internal oversight capacities. Third, Indonesia attaches importance to ensuring that the revised procedures avoid unintended disparities between staff from different backgrounds, particularly those from developing countries who may have less institutional familiarity with the UN justice mechanisms. Clear communications, accessible guidance, and fair treatment will be essential. Fourth, we welcome the expansion of GPO and SBO programs and invites continued effort to broaden participation from developing states, including through partnerships that enable wider access for young professionals from maritime nations. Finally, Indonesia supports the objectives of the reform presented, but encourages the Council to request periodic updates on implementation challenges and the progress indicators, so that Member States can remain assured that the revised framework is functioning as intended. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. The delegation of Morocco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intervention concerns document C135/4A. First, this delegation thanks the Secretariat for this detailed report, which demonstrates the progress made in several areas, particularly regarding gender parity. However, we would like to draw particular attention to the issue of geographical diversity. While we note with satisfaction the representation of 47 different nationalities within the Secretariat, some regions, notably Africa and Arab states, remain underrepresented, with 4% and 3% of staff respectively. This situation deserves our collective attention. Better geographical representation would strengthen our organization's legitimacy and enrich the perspective in our work. We therefore encourage the Secretariat to continue its outreach effort and to consider targeted measures to attract talent from all regions so that our Secretariat better reflects the diversity of our organization. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. The delegation of Denmark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone here. I sincerely hope that you all made it here this morning without too much trouble with wind and rain. I must say that it reminds me very much of my home in Denmark, so used to that. We would like, first of all, to join others in extending our sincere condolences and sympathy to the delegation of Jamaica and to those countries affected by natural disasters, both in the Caribbean region and as well as the Philippines. Thank you very much to the Secretariat for the information in the document and for all the work done and progress done for this organization, and we support it. We would also like to follow others in support on the importance of following the principles of regulations in terms of misconduct and harassment, and that goes both for staff and for delegates. And in this regard, we also point to the importance of following the code of conduct of this organization, which was emphasized in the beginning of this meeting. Thank you.
Gracias, Dinamarca. Suecia.
Thank you, Denmark. Sweden, please.
Good morning, everyone. And first, we want to express our condolences and solidarity to people of the Caribbean region and the Philippines. We thank the Secretary General for preparing documents 135/4A and 4A1. We take note of the updates on human resources matters, and we welcome the ongoing review of the organization's HR framework. This work is important to ensure clarity, alignment with UN practices, and a modern, well-functioning system. In document 135/4A1, we note the proposed amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules and support the directions of the revisions and the efforts to strengthen the accountability, transparency and coherence in the regulatory framework. We can therefore support the proposal as presented. Thank you.
Gracias a Suecia.
Thank you, Sweden. The delegation of Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. It was -5 degrees Celsius in Helsinki as I left yesterday, so I'm very comfortable here in London. Thank you very much. We'd like to join others in conveying our condolences and solidarity to our colleagues in the Caribbean on account of lives lost and infrastructure destroyed because of Hurricane Melissa, and for colleagues in the Philippines on account of losses due to Typhoon Phunwong. We also wish a happy National Day or La Fête du Prince to our friends and colleagues in Monaco. Chair, we thank the Secretariat for the work done in this document under this agenda item, and we had very eloquent speaking points prepared. But as the delegations of Canada, Indonesia, and Denmark already said the exact same things we were meant to say, I can save our time by just aligning with them. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a
Thank you, Finland. And thank you also for the brevity. We always appreciate that. Delegation of Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning all. I've been informed that Kenya, especially Mombasa, is 32 degrees centigrade. You can imagine the discomfort coming this morning. Kenya joins other delegates that have spoken to express their sympathy and support for the delegation of Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean as well as the Philippines following the devastating natural disaster that has resulted in loss of life and destruction of property. We thank the SG for the update of the staff changes and wish the appointees the best in their assignments. Kenya notes the update provided by the Secretary General on aligning the staff regulations with the wider United Nations system. Kenya supports the amendments as proposed by the SG. Thank you.
Gracias a...
Thank you to the delegation of Kenya. The United States, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Secretary General, Secretariat, and distinguished delegates. The United States would also like to express our condolences to the people of the Philippines, Jamaica, and Caribbean, and look for their speedy recovery. To the matter at hand, timely reforms, robust oversight, and clear policies are essential to ensuring organizational efficiency, accountability, and operational effectiveness. These principles align with the United States' longstanding commitment to transparent and results-driven governance. The United States recognizes the importance of streamlining processes and enhancing oversight mechanisms to improve the functionality and responsiveness of international organizations. The United States supports measures that strengthen governance and operational efficiency. Nonetheless, the United States objects to the language in Annex 1, Rule 101.2, and Annex 3, Appendix E, Section 1, Subparagraph 1.1, and Subpara 1.3 on gender, specifically the references to gender identity and gender expression, which conflict with U.S. policy priorities. We urge the IMO to avoid language that may serve to undermine consensus and focus instead on universally accepted principles that advance the shared goals of the effective management and accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. The delegation of Italy.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Chair. Italy extends its deepest condolences to all countries affected by the recent natural disasters, particularly in the Caribbean and the Philippines. Italy also convenes its warmest wish to Monaco on the occasion of its National Day. Italy wishes to thank the Secretariat for the thorough and high-quality work carried out in reviewing and updating the staff regulation, staff rules, and related policies. Italy welcomes and fully supports the proposed amendment to the IMO staff regulation and the related update to the staff rules and appendices. We appreciate the organization's efforts to align its framework with United Nations standards, strengthen the investigation and disciplinary architecture, and enhance clarity, accountability, and protection for staff. Italy considers this reform an important step toward a more transparent, efficient, and modern internal governance system and endorse their approval by the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. I see no further requests for the floor by Council members and will therefore turn to observer members, beginning with the delegation of South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for document C135/4A and welcomes the comprehensive update on human resources matters contained therein. At the outset, my delegation warmly congratulates Mr. Osborne of Australia on his no longer new appointment as Director of MED and Mr. Chevalier of France on his appointment as Director of MSD. We wish them every success in their challenging and important roles. On matters of compensation and benefits, South Africa knows the ongoing work of the local staff salary survey for the London duty station, led under the auspices of the ICSC, and we look forward to the release of the updated salary scales in 2026. We also appreciate the efforts to keep compensation fair, competitive, and aligned with economic realities. Regarding gender equality, we acknowledge the slight improvements reported at P3 at P4 levels, and also commend the Secretary General for his continued commitment to achieving gender parity and encourage him to intensify these efforts, particularly at senior levels where progress remains most needed. On geographical distribution, South Africa knows the information provided, including the addition of 2 new nationalities. However, we remain concerned about the persistent disparities in regional representation. We therefore appeal to the organization to double its endeavors to attract, recruit, and retain talent from underrepresented countries and regions, Africa included, and of course without compromising the high standards of the IMO. We also wish to highlight the ongoing funding challenges faced by low-income countries in supporting JPOs and SPO placements. This structural barrier is a major factor limiting progress in geographic diversity. In this regard, Chair and distinguished delegates, South Africa expresses sincere appreciation to the Republic of Korea for its generous support in funding 3 JPO positions dedicated to candidates from developing countries. We welcome the successful appointment of these candidates from Cameroon, Mexico, and the Philippines, and encourage other capable member states to consider similar contributions. And now on document C1354A1, I will be short, Chair, and simply say that South Africa supports the proposed amendments and recommends that Council approve revisions to the staff regulations as set out in Annexes 1 and 2. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to South Africa. We are almost at 11 o'clock when we have a coffee break, so I would suggest that we take the break, and I'd like now to turn to the delegation of Japan in that connection.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Japan is pleased to invite all of you who are feeling cold in this London weather to enjoy some hot coffee and hot tea together with some snacks that I brought from Tokyo. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Japón.
Thank you very much, Japan. We will meet again at 11:30.
Buenos días de nuevo. Espero que hayan disfrutado de la...
Well, we meet again, and I hope you had a good coffee break. We'd like to thank Japan for that kind invitation. And we'll now go on with the speakers list. We still have delegations who haven't yet taken their seats. Can I please ask you to be quiet so that we can focus on our discussions?
Le ofrezco la palabra.
And we'll turn to the delegation of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nigeria commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the comprehensive review and proposed amendments to the staff regulation and staff rules as contained in document 1354A/1. We recognize that these amendments reflect a thoughtful alignment with the evolving framework of the United Nations Common System, while retaining provisions specific to the operation and administrative context of the IMO. Nigeria particularly welcomes the strengthened provisions on the investigation of misconduct, whistleblower protection, and the prohibition of retaliation, as these enhancements reinforce transparency, accountability, and trust within the organization's internal governance structure. We also commend the inclusion of clear and streamlined procedure for the reporting and investigation of misconduct, as well as the alignment of the disciplinary process with international best practices and the Joint Inspection Unit recommendations. Mr. President, Nigeria fully supports the ongoing modernization of the organization's internal justice system, including the integration of the United Nations Dispute Tribunal as the first instance tribunal for IMO staff. Your Excellency, this step will not only enhance fairness and consistency in the adjudication of employment-related matters, but will also strengthen staff confidence in the impartiality of administrative process. As a strong advocate for institutional integrity and good governance, Nigeria reaffirms its support for the approval of the proposed amendments and encourages continued efforts to promote a safe, inclusive, and harassment-free working environment within the IMO. Such reforms are essential in ensuring that organizations continue to attract and retain the highest caliber of international civil servants committed to advancing IMO's mandate for safe, secure, and sustainable global shipping. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. And I'll turn to Honduras, please. Thank you, Chair. Well, as always, we very much appreciate your very professional stewardship of the meeting, as you are. And I'd also like to express solidarity with Jamaica, Bahamas, Haiti, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, the Philippines, and any other country which may have been affected by Melissa. In Honduras, we have also suffered natural disasters, and we know how hard this hits our people. So, Honduras wholeheartedly supports the Secretary General's words, Don Arsenio Dominguez, and we also fully support the content of C-1354A1. The Secretary General's introduction is proof of the organization's commitment and once again restates the soundness, technical nature, and also with regard to, with care for human beings. Gender and geographical diversity is a benefit for the organization. It updates us, it brings us into line with new changes in the world, whether or not we like it. And the Secretary General, when he spoke, noted progress in the staff situation. And if you've been here for more than 20 years, then you'll be very familiar with the difficulties the organization has experienced. And I would congratulate you, therefore, because you've taken account of what has been said, and we see this manifested today. So congratulations to the Secretary General and welcome to the new appointees. We'd like to wish you all the very best and offer the hand of cooperation to you. And of course, we're very grateful to Japan for the coffee break this morning and congratulate Monaco on their celebration of their National Day. Sir, Honduras supports the changes made as set out here and introduced by the Secretary General. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Honduras, and we'll turn now to Ecuador. Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, and a good morning to all. Our delegation would like to express our heartfelt solidarity with the people of Jamaica and other Caribbean states who have suffered from Hurricane Melissa and, of course, the Philippines. We'd like to thank Japan for the coffee. Our delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for having introduced C1354A with regard to human resources matters and the update on the 31st of October 2025. And congratulations to Mr. David Osborne as head of the MED and Monsieur Damien Chevalier as director of the MSD. Ecuador very much appreciates progress with regard to gender equality, and we have around 45% women in the funded posts under the regular budget and commercial fund, the trading fund, and also project-related funding, as well as the P3, P4 standing. We also note efforts made to extend geographical diversity of the Secretariat, including the inclusion of new nationalities and participation from countries around the world. We welcome the strengthening of the JPO and SPO positions, particularly for countries, developing countries, and promoting these opportunities for young professionals, including those from Latin America and the Caribbean. We also welcome the emphasis on training and multilingualism, aligning itself with the UN training system to provide training in the 6 official languages. Turning to C1354A1, this delegation particularly appreciates the review of Article 1 with regard to the duties, obligations, and privileges of staff, and Article 10 with regard to investigation of misconduct and disciplinary measures, as well as the updating of the annexes on discrimination and harassment, sexual exploitation, fraud, and also the position with regard to protection from retaliation, the disciplinary procedure. This enhances transparency, accountability, and protection of the staff within the organization. In this context, Ecuador supports approval of the amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules as set out in Annexes 1 and 2 of C1354A1, and we take note of the amendments to the staff regulations and rules in Annex 1 and so on. Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias a Ecuador. Delegación.
Thank you, Ecuador. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us the floor. First of all, we want to express our sincere condolences and solidarity to those countries that were affected by natural disasters. We also welcome Mr. Osborne as Director of MED and Mr. Chevalier as Director of MSD. We thank Mr. Yamada and Ms. Degim for their many contributions to this organization. Now to the matter at hand. We thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for all the work done in improving the working environment within the IMO, including increased gender and geographical diversity, which we fully support. Finally, we also echo the comments made by other delegations on the importance of working in a harassment-free environment, and that this should never be taken for granted. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Belgium. And we'll turn now to the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The delegation of the Democratic Republic of Congo expresses its condolences to all states who have been affected by recent tragic events, and we express our solidarity at this time of great pain. We also congratulate David Osborne and wish him every success. Chair, the Democratic Republic of Congo thanks the Secretary General for the update on human resources matters. We welcome the progress made in improving geographical representation and training. At the same time, we underscore the importance of ensuring the participation of people from underrepresented regions, in particular Africa. On C1354A1, we appreciate the work which has been done to harmonize the staff regulations and staff rules, and the work done on disciplinary procedures and whistleblowing. Our delegation supports the amendments proposed and encourages future work on these reforms to ensure that our administration is more effective, transparent, and representative of all regions of the world. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la República Democrática.
Thank you very much to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we will turn now to the delegation of Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. We thank Japan for the morning coffee. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This delegation would like to join other delegations in expressing its sympathy to those affected by natural disasters. We thank the Secretariat for the introduction of the document C1354A and 4A/1. We thank the Secretary General and his team for their efforts in building a productive workforce within the Secretariat. We thank the outgoing directors and welcome the incoming directors of Maritime Safety and Marine Environment Divisions. Whilst we take note of the amendments proposed in document C1354A/1 and consider it as commendable and progressive, we are particularly concerned about the geographical imbalance in the staff structure as presented in C1354A, and would like to align our intervention on this matter with the intervention made by the delegation of Morocco and South Africa. In addition, Mr. Chair, we would like to propose a quota system in the recruitment criteria to ensure a fairer and balanced representation in the staff complements if this does not conflict with the existing rules of the organization. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Gambia.
Thank you very much. And we now turn to the delegation of Oman.
Shukran.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, everyone. Please allow me at the beginning to express our condolences to the delegation of Jamaica, and we wish them speedy recovery. And we also express our solidarity with the delegation of the Philippines and other member states of the Caribbean which have been affected by these disasters. We also congratulate Monaco for the National Day. We'd like also to thank Japan for the coffee morning. And we congratulate you, Mr. Chair, for your wise steering of the work of the Council. We also congratulate Mr. Chevalier for his new post, and we wish him success. Our delegation thanks the Secretary General for this document, C-135/4A, and we support the concerns expressed by the delegation of Morocco. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Oman.
Thank you very much, Oman. And we'll turn now to Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, we express our deepest sympathy and solidarity with the government and people of Jamaica and with all other countries devastated by Hurricane Melissa, especially the communities across the hardest hit western and southern parishes, as well as our sisters and brothers in Haiti and the wider Caribbean. Tanzania thanks the Secretary General for document C-135/A/4A and for the clear update on human resource matters. As we wish firstly to congratulate the new appointments within the organization, and we wish them all the best on their day-to-day responsibilities. Tanzania wishes to underline that issues such as gender balance, multilingualism, and fair compensation are not abstract administrative matters. They go directly to how effectively the IMO Secretariat can serve all member states, including developing countries like our own. A secretariat that reflects the regional diversity of the membership is better placed to understand different implementation realities and to design support for it, that is responsible for those needs. Tanzania therefore supports continued efforts to improve regional balance among staff, particularly from Africa and other underrepresented regions, and we stand ready to encourage qualified Tanzanian professionals to compete for posts at IMO. At the same time, a strong, stable, and fairly compensated secretariat is essential for delivering the technical cooperation, audits, and capacity-building activities on which many member states rely. In this regard, Tanzania supports policies that promote multilingualism, uphold fair and competitive conditions of service, and foster a diverse and inclusive workforce, as these are key to ensuring that IMO remains a truly global standard-setting body that serves all its members effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la República.
Thank you very much to the United Republic of Tanzania. We'll turn now to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to pass on the sincere condolences of the Government of the United Kingdom to Jamaica and to all those affected by Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean region, as well as those, like the Philippines, who are also dealing with extreme weather events. Apologies for coming in at the very end. I just wanted to add the United Kingdom's appreciation for the update contained in C1354A and welcome those who have been newly appointed. I would like to align myself with the comments of others who note progress made on gender and geographic diversity and urge further progress on these. We support the amendments to the staff rules and regulations as outlined in document C1354A1, particularly those that aim to ensure all those working within this organisation are able to do their work free from harassment and misconduct and are free to be themselves. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I see no further requests for the floor. So perhaps the Secretary-General might wish to add additional information on the comments made. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, everyone, for your comments. I would like in particular to address some of the comments made. The delegation of India referred to training and refresher courses offered to staff, and that I'd just like to confirm that currently within the organisation we have 4 mandatory courses for all staff to complete, and we're also introducing refresher courses in those areas. These refer to mandatory courses on ethics, harassment, including sexual harassment, gender, and safety. And in addition, we have other voluntary courses which are provided by other UN bodies for staff, and periodically we have presentations to staff on the organization's internal procedures and references to the staff regulations and staff rules. To the delegation of Indonesia with regard to challenges with implementation of staff regulations and staff rules, it's not a question so much of challenges, but the updating of these rules and regulations should, we hope, help us to improve internal procedures and further align ourselves where possible with United Nations procedures. And this is something that helps us to ensure transparency and the legal and disciplinary matters which may arise for the organisation. And then finally, comments on geographical representation and gender representation within the staff. I just restate my commitment to this matter. Of course, it's not something that will happen overnight or in the short term. We have to bear in mind the size of the organisation staff and then limited vacancies for turnover, and of course opportunities for the internal staff. But as I said at the last council, all posts are now translated into the 6 official languages and they are circulated to all member states equally. We use contracting mechanisms as used by other United Nations organizations such as WISTA and WEMA, the WEMAs. That's the various regions, maritime associations. And this is intended to help us to publish and disseminate these posts, and we use social media like LinkedIn, and we use newspaper. I'm forgetting my Spanish. La prensa. Maritime press and for posts vacant. And I'd take up here something that was said by the distinguished delegate of Tanzania, namely that member states are available and pay attention and encourage qualified applicants from their countries to apply, because posts and processes are totally open. And of course, we always look at skills, competence, and we look at gender distribution and so on. But we are focusing on being open, competitive, objective, transparent, and we focus on competence and diversity, including geographical diversity. So I would restate that commitment. We are always happy to receive any support from you so that we can continue to improve on this front. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Secretario General, por...
Thank you, Secretary General, for the additional information that you've just provided. After this lengthy discussion on the first sub-item of item 4, and that is, of course, human resources matters, I take it that Council firstly notes the information contained in document C 135/4A and the information which was given verbally by the Secretary General. Secondly, approves the amendments to the staff regulations as set out in Annexes 1 and 2 of C135/4A/1, and thirdly, notes the amendments to the staff rules and the appendices as set out in Annexes 1 to 7 of the same document. If there is no objection, it is so decided. So we now turn to the second part of this agenda item. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce document C135/4B on the budgetary outlook for 2025. Thank you, Chair. Council will recall the overview of the organisation's financial situation that I provided at the 134th session. There have been some changes in the external factors that affect our costs. Inflation has remained higher for longer than expected, while the rate of exchange for the pound sterling to the United States dollar has increased. These compensating effects have let us in a similar overall position. I'm pleased to report that expenditure under the regular budget is forecast to remain within the approved level. As I did say earlier this year, the rate of separations is difficult to predict, and that rate has remained higher than expected in 2025. You'll see from the document before you that this has created savings in the regular budget, but it has increased costs in the termination benefit fund. And consequently, I propose, as has been the case in previous biennia, a transfer from the regular budget savings to offset the additional separation costs. Only the amount necessary will be transferred, and I will update the Council on this in 2026. for the remainder of the regular budget, and indeed the budgetary situation on the organisation's other funds, expenditure is projected to stay within approved limits. This positive outlook reflects our ongoing efforts and continued focus on prudent financial management, reprioritization of resources where necessary, and on delivering efficiency measures wherever possible. And finally, I'm pleased to report that the organisation remains in a sound and stable financial position overall, and that the special contingency account and the working capital fund remain at their full levels of £2 million and £3 million respectively. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to all Member States for their steadfast support of the organisation's work, which underpins this financial resilience, and through those voluntary contributions which have allowed us to expand the scale of our support to Member States. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And Council is now invited to comment in general on the document before you and the Secretary General's introduction thereto. The floor is open.
Delegación de Francia.
Delegation of France.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all delegations. From the outset, allow me to align myself with the statements made by Jamaica, Bahamas and the Philippines. We express our solidarity with them. I would like to also thank Japan for the coffee this morning. I think we're going to be needing those coffee breaks in the upcoming days. And I would like to also congratulate, on the matter at hand, the Secretary General, the good management of the budget. That's not always the case in other countries, but we can see that we have certain actions of the organisation which depend on the generosity of Member States, including France. I would like to also congratulate Damien Chevalier on his promotion to the head of the Marine Safety Division, and also Mr. Osborne. I'd like to congratulate you in your appointment at the head of the MED. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, France. The Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. First, to the interpreters, sorry for a little of changing on our intervention, but it will be short. Regarding the document C-134-4B, we express our gratitude to the Secretary General for the details and the transport report on the budget consideration for this year. On the actions requested on the document, this delegation notes, and thanks to the Secretary General on his conclusion and his commitment just delivered to us that the expenditure for this year can be contained with the budget approved. We also approve in general the proposal to fund the potential shortfall in the termination benefit fund from the resources available in the regular budget. Finally, we join the welcome from the other member states on the new appointment of Mr. Osborne and Mr. Chevalier, and thanks to the Japan hosting the morning coffee break. Also, we want to express our sincere appreciation to the Mr. Yamada on his hard work and dedications. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la República.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. The delegation of Peru.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. This is the first time we've spoken, and therefore we would like to express our solidarity with Jamaica, Bahamas, Cuba, and other countries which have been affected by Hurricane Melissa. And we would also like to express our thanks to Jamaica for facilities provided for repatriation of our Peruvian citizens and the humanitarian aid which was sent to that country. We are very grateful for the comprehensive update of budgetary considerations submitted by the Secretary-General, and we take note that the budgetary performance for 2025 is within the appropriations agreed for all funds. We appreciate prudent management of resources and the financial resilience measures implemented by the Secretariat, and agree with the proposal to fund the TBF deficit by savings from the regular budget in keeping with established practice. My delegation restates its commitment to the financial stability of the organisation and the appropriate planning, results-based planning. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good day to all delegations present here and online. This delegation extends its condolences and solidarity to Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, Bahamas, and other Caribbean states for the devastating losses and impact of the Hurricane Melissa. We also express our sympathy and condolences to the Philippines for the losses after the typhoon. We welcome the newly appointed directors David Osborne and Damien Chevalier. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Hiro Yamada for his dedication to this organization for so many years. We wish him all the best in his new endeavors. We also thank Japan for providing us with warm coffee, which was needed. And now, to the matter at hand. We express our gratitude to the Secretary-General for the information provided. We note with appreciation that despite the budgetary challenges, with inflation rate decreasing more slowly than expected, the budget for 2025 will remain within the approved appropriations. Furthermore, we note that the Termination Benefit Fund is projected to exceed the approved budget by a rather significant sum of £360,000. We do approve the Secretary-General's proposal to fund the additional expenditure through saving in staff costs. Thank you.
Gracias a Noruega.
Thank you. Norway, the delegation of Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, Singapore extends our condolences and solidarity to Jamaica and other member states in the Caribbean, as well as Philippines, over the devastating impact arising from the natural disasters. Singapore also congratulates Monaco on its National Day. And finally, we thank Japan for the coffee break. On the matter at hand, Singapore expresses our appreciation to the Secretary-General and the Secretariat for the detailed report in C135/4B. The comprehensive analysis is important to ensuring the organization's financial stability and resilience. We are pleased to note that the overall expenditure in 2025 can be contained within the approved budget. In this regard, Singapore is supportive of the Secretary-General proposal to fund the potential shortfall in the Termination Benefit Fund from the resources available in the regular budget to meet, noting that such a transfer will only be made to the extent necessary to meet actual expenditure. We also encourage the Secretariat to keep close tabs on the similar factors that may impact the budget considerations for 2025 and beyond, and look forward to the updated review of the budget prospects at C137. While coping with external factors such as inflationary pressures, the organization needs to find ways to remain nimble and responsive to developments to progress work. We encourage the Secretariat to continue making efficient use of IMO's financial resources, and to report to Council accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore. The delegation of Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. First, Germany would like to express our deepest condolences to all countries affected by the Hurricane Melissa and typhoon. We would also like to thank Japan for the refreshments during the coffee break. On the matter at hand, Germany thanks the Secretary General for the updated information regarding the budget 2025. External factors remain the significant unknowns that could affect the organization's budget. Although the exchange rate has been favorable for the organization's budget this year, this remains a risk. Germany asks the Secretary General to inform the Council accordingly on further developments. Should the reserves in the Working Capital Fund and Special Contingency Account not to be needed over the next few years to absorb exchange rate fluctuations, considerations could be given to reducing these reserves accordingly if necessary. Regarding the information in paragraph 22, Germany agrees that the additional expenditure in the Termination Benefit Fund will be covered by the corresponding savings and the staff costs for the regular budget. However, this financing can only take place until the corresponding posts are refilled. Germany asked for further information on how the additional expenditure in the Termination Benefit Fund can continue to be financed in the future. Finally, Germany expresses its thanks to the Secretary General for his budget management and agrees with the action requested in paragraph 33 of this document. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Germany. The delegation of Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia joined other delegations in conveying condolences and solidarity to member states affected by the recent natural disaster. This event highlights shared climate vulnerability and reinforces Malaysia's support for the organization's work on resilience and collective climate action. Malaysia also extends warm congratulations to Mr. Damian on his appointment as Director of MSD, and thank Japan for the coffee break. To the matter at hand, Malaysia notes the favorable financial position and in principle support the proposal to address the TBF, Terminable Benefit Fund, shortfall through offset from the RB regular budget, staff cost saving, ensuring fiscal prudence without affecting member states' assessment. We stress that such fund must be managed with utmost responsibility and transparency. Importantly, this approach should benefit all member states, particularly the SIDs and LDCs, by facilitating their active engagement in meeting sessions and enabling delegates to contribute to constructive discussion. Malaysia supports measures that combine financial discipline with inclusivity and practical outcome for this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. The delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. First, we would like to thank Japan delegation for hosting the coffee break this morning. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretariat for the update in the document C-135 4B and welcome the indication that overall expenditure for 2025 can be maintained within these approved appropriations. Indonesia wishes to highlight the following brief points. First, the projected under-delivery of the Technical Cooperation Fund underscores the need to strengthen implementations, particularly in regions with substantial maritime capacity building needs, including Asia and the Pacific. Ensuring the full and balanced delivery is essential for effective implementations of IMO instruments by all member states. Second, Indonesia supports in principle the proposal to cover the shortfall in the termination benefit fund from regular budget savings. We would appreciate continued monitoring of the underlying drivers of increased separations to ensure long-term stability in human resource planning. Third, Indonesia notes the continued expansion of extra-budgetary programs and values donor support. We encourage the Secretariat to maintain strong alignment between donor-funded activities and priorities identified by member states to safeguard balance and equitable program delivery. We look forward to the next update on financial prospects and remains committed to supporting the effective and sustainable management of the organization resources. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you. Indonesia, the delegation of Mexico, please. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the delegation of Japan for that kind invitation to coffee. Mexico would like to thank the Secretary General for the submission of the document and the important work done in terms of updating budget for 2025, as well as the assessment of financial management, taking into account the appropriations which were approved. In particular, we appreciate sound management of the resources this year without having recourse to alternative contingency funding. We also agree with the Secretary General's proposal to fund the possible deficit in the termination benefit fund with resources available under the regular budget. And finally, we'd like to thank all those donors whose contributions to the funds have allowed for the extension of the work of the ITCP, the Technical Cooperation Program, and the support for implementation by the organization, which is crucial for developing countries, LDCs and SIDS. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. Mexico, Greece, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. This is the first time that this delegation takes the floor, so allow me to extend our solidarity and condolences to the people of Caribbean region and the Philippines for their losses during the recent natural disasters. We would also like to thank Japan for morning coffee and congratulate Mr. Osborne and Mr. Chevalier on the assumption of their new duties. And also I would like to wish Happy National Day to Monaco. Now, on the issue at hand, we wish to convey our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for his continued efforts in ensuring the expenditure for 2025 remains within the approved appropriations across all budgetary funds. Achieving this outcome is not an easy task, given the prevailing financial pressures, and we therefore particularly value the diligence and the professionalism demonstrated. We also wish to acknowledge the dedication of the Secretariat staff engaged in budgetary and financial management. In this context, we support in principle the Secretary General's proposal to address the potential shortfall in the termination benefit fund through the resources available in the regular budget to the extent required to meet actual expenditure. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Delegation of Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all. This delegation would like to express its deepest solidarity with the countries affected by Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean, as well as those affected by other events around the world. And thanks Japan for the coffee break. The Brazilian delegation thanks the Secretary General for submitting document C-135/4B and notes with appreciation the forecast expenditure status for 2025, which indicates that total expenditure is expected to remain within the approved appropriation across all budgetary funds. We acknowledge that a reallocation from the regular budget to the termination benefit fund may be necessary, and trust that such adjustments will be undertaken with the prudence. Finally, we welcome the confirmation that the IMO remains in a strong financial position. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias. Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. Japan thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their efforts in maintaining the expenditure below the approved budget, despite this high inflation rate. And we are pleased to support all the actions requested in this document. We kindly request the Secretary General to make every effort to improve the operational efficiency of this organization. Thank you.
Gracias. A Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Kenya.
And thank you, Chair. Kenya thanks the delegation of Japan for this morning's tea. We thank the Secretary General for this update detailed in paper C-135/4B and the attached and the detailed analysis provided. We urge the Secretary General to monitor the factors that may impact the budget, including inflation and exchange rate changes, and keep the Council informed in the future. We thank him for the good financial stewardship and support the proposal to transfer the necessary funds to address the termination benefit fund deficit. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias. A Kenya.
Thank you, Kenya. The delegation of Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to begin by thanking Japan for kindly hosting the coffee break. We also thank the Secretary General for the update of the 2025 budget presenting document C-135/4B. We note positively that overall expenditure remained broadly in line with approved appropriation for all funds, thanks to prudent cost management and the containment measures implemented by the Secretariat. We welcome the saving on staff costs, the control of operational expenses, and the progress of the mission, including the Member State audit scheme. We support the Secretary General's proposal to, in principle, cover any shortfall in the termination benefit fund from resources available in the regular budget, with the final amount to be determined at year end. We welcome the positive results of the Trading Fund and the development of the IMO e-publication digital platform, and we recognize the importance of the donor contribution for the technical cooperation programs. In conclusion, we support document C-135/4B, take it formally note of and commended the Secretary for its continuing efforts to maintain the organization of financial stability. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. I see no further requests to speak from Council members, so we will turn to observers and begin with South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa thanks the Secretary General for document C-135/4B, providing a clear update on the status of the organization's 2025 budget and the budgetary transfers undertaken to date. My delegation welcomes confirmation that overall financial focus for 2025 remains consistent with the update provided at the 134th session of Council, and that expenditure is expected to remain within the approved appropriations across all budgetary funds. In our view, this reflects prudent financial management and a disciplined approach to resource utilization employed by the organization, which we recommend. Further, South Africa notes with appreciation the detailed information provided on the various budgetary transfers made during the year. These transfers also demonstrate a responsible and flexible approach to reallocating resources where operational needs arise, whilst at the same time maintaining full alignment with the approved budgetary framework. Finally, Chair, South Africa commends the Secretariat for maintaining strong financial discipline and sound financial governance despite evolving operational demands, as we also encourage continued transparency in budget execution. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la
Thank you to the delegation of South Africa. Well, it's almost 12:30, and that is when we break for lunch. So I would suggest that we pursue our discussions on this after lunch. And I'd like to turn to the delegation of Chile and the delegation of Belgium for announcements on events over the lunch break. The delegation of Chile.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon and welcome. During the break for lunch, Chile is very happy to offer a lunch reception. This is the first of the many lunch receptions that will be held during this period, where we will be actively participating in the IMO Assembly and Council. So please make the most of this opportunity and enjoy yourselves. And we want this afternoon to reflect what Chile intends to contribute to this organization: comradeship, commitment, and cooperation. Chile is a country deeply committed to the IMO and to the values of multilateralism. We believe that only through dialogue, cooperation, and trust, we can continue developing safer, more sustainable, and more supportive seas. Our identity is defined by the sea. We are a tricontinental country with presence in 3 continents: America, Antarctica, and Oceania. Chile's presence in Oceania includes the Rapa Nui Island, also known as Easter Island, and Salas y Gomez Islands. And this represents our deep connection to the Pacific Ocean and to the cultural diversity that shapes who we are. Chile is seeking re-election to the IMO Council, Category C, for 2026-2027, and therefore we wish to reaffirm today our commitment to continue contributing to the mission we all share within this organization. I invite you to enjoy our empanadas, our Chilean wine, thanks to the winery Pérez Cruz, and a special surprise that we have prepared for you and that we hope will contribute to charge us up with a positive energy. So bring your telephones also to take pictures, and allow me to make a toast. Cheers to the IMO and to everyone here. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Well, thank you very much, Chile, for that invitation. The delegation of Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we do not wish to be the ones standing between you and your well-deserved lunch, but we do have a brief announcement to make. En el espíritu de la cooperación internacional,
In the spirit of international cooperation and multilingualism, the delegation of Belgium is delighted to have Mr. Mario Lievens, the head of the international section of the Port of Antwerp. And he will be with us in order to present the work of the Port of Antwerp through the Antwerp Flanders Port Training Centre, APEC, which is his organization. I know that many of you have taken part in the training programs of that centre, either in your own countries or in Antwerp itself. Mr. Mario Olivens will also be presenting the latest organization based in Paramaribo. And thanks to partnerships through the world, this has been developed, offering training for port workers, be they blue or white collar workers.
Will serve as food for thought before you go upstairs and enjoy the food for stomach. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium, for that announcement, and thank you to the interpreters for the extra minutes. But can I wish you all good lunch, and we'll meet again at 2:30.
I will start now. So, is that something?
No, there's a thing. Don't type like this because
okay.
it goes in the headphones, not on the speakers.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Nathalie Dieger from the Belgian Maritime Authorities. And it's my privilege to introduce Mr. Mario Olivens, Director of Business Development, APAC, and Port of Antwerp Bruges International. He will offer a presentation that explores how ports function not only as a logistical hub, but as a true engine of sustainable and inclusive development, a perspective that aligns closely with Belgium's key priorities. Mr. Lievens will take you through a concise yet an engaging 15-minute presentation that we believe could be of value to port authorities and maritime organizations. It offers a clear view of what APAC can bring to international partners, both in expertise and cooperation. We warmly encourage you to stay with us for the session and afterwards to go to the lunch offered by Chile. As Belgium, we take great pride in the work of APAC, and our team looks forward to strengthening partnerships and exploring new avenues for collaboration with all of you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It isn't really fair competition to stand here compared to empanadas and Chilean wine. I am aware of that, so I will keep it very short and try to shed light or to give a glimpse on how ports, like the Maritime Organization, is also shaping partnerships all over the world to provide the safe, sustainable harbors for ships and for the maritime industry in the world. Very briefly, I think most of you know where Port of Antwerp and Bruges is. It's just on the other side of the channel. And basically, the numbers doesn't matter. It's really about providing a hub of being the biggest Belgian economic driver. Within the port, providing 60,000 direct jobs, providing 80,000 indirect jobs to bring the bread and butter to a lot of Belgian and international families. The idea is to talk about cooperation and to give you an idea on how we work together with ports in all the countries that I see passing today and taking the floor. And we do that by capacity building, as has been mentioned, by training centers, by forming port professionals, maritime professionals all over the world. In Antwerp, but also in training centers all over the world, like was mentioned, our newly developed training center in the Caribbean, in Suriname, but also in India, in China, in Egypt, and many others. But we also work together as an advisory for many other port authorities and governments. We manage port authorities and port platform on behalf, and we invest as a public port authority in other port platforms. Why do we do that? Because as ports, we are connected, we have shared challenges, we have shared opportunities, and we strongly believe that the best way to overcome those challenges and to increase the sustainability, the safety, the development of those port platforms as engines for sustainable, inclusive growth by collaborating together and see how we can bring answers amidst geopolitical turmoils, amidst shifting economic powers, amidst a lot of stress on critical infrastructure, and less public resources to develop critical infrastructure to accommodate economic growth, to accommodate growing volumes, to accommodate the ships that are calling to our ports globally. And what is actually our dream? Where do we believe in? We believe that those port platforms are not just access channels, quay walls, where containers, where bulk volumes are just charged and decharged. No, we believe that those port platforms, when they really can be a location where value added is generated, that brings welfare, that brings jobs on cargo, then those ports can be really play that role of catalysts of growth of each of your countries in the world, and that they can play an important role in the energy transition, as ports are the hubs where energy in whatever form will be traded and will be used and consumed. And by that, they will be the hubs that will better connect every day the global supply chain to each other. We do that by a lot of partnerships in many countries that have been mentioned. We are present. My colleagues are now present in many. In Oman, I have seen passing. In Tanzania, in Angola. I will be in Angola next week as well. I was in Colombia talking with a lot of the friends from the Caribbean and in Latin America last week. So global collaboration means going global and meeting all of your colleagues based in the ports in your countries. And I just want to give you 2 examples before the empanadas and the Chilean wine in Africa. But without mentioning, we're also a shareholder in ports in Latin America, in the 2nd largest port in Brazil, Porto do Açu, in Malaysia, in Oman, in Ivory Coast, in Benin, and I want to just give that example of the port of Cotonou, where we took over on the demand of the Beninese government to manage their port for 9 years. It's almost like a house rental contract, 3, 6, 9 years. We're almost at the end of that management agreement, where we have the responsibility to completely reform the Port Authority, to completely renovate and expand the port infrastructure, and to be obsolete whenever at the end of the 9-year period, to have trained the entire port platform, from white collar, blue collar, so we can disappear. And just, of course, it's about ports, it's about infrastructure, it's about training the entire system to be ready to welcome ships from 240 meters, now up to 400 meters, still without changing the infrastructure, but by working with the pilots, by working with the tugboats, with the tugboat operators, with the shipping lines, on how to make that possible. And so, of course, infrastructure is necessary, but with capacity building and working and collaborating on the entire value chain, we have been able to make those ships being able to enter the port of Cotonou, which of course completely changes the landscape and the position of Benin in the African maritime space. And that's about concrete operational results. For the country, even more important is that the management and the development of the port contributed to the increase of the Moody's rating, and that the operational profitability of the port, which is our port in Belgium, contributes 5% to the GDP. The port of Cotonou contributes 50% of the GDP. So if you multiply those revenues by 12, the entire government of Benin is financed by the revenues that are generated by the Port Authority. So also showing that those ports are really instrumental for sustainable, inclusive development of those countries. A last example, going to Namibia and also looking at ports as energy hubs, as critical mineral hubs. We have a partnership with the Namibian Ports Authority where we are developing a platform that is really instrumental for the green industrialization of Namibia. Namibia has a lot of resources under the ground, graphite, nickel, zinc, you name it, that we will need for the electrification of our economies, but also wind and sun, and how to harness those critical raw materials. An effective and an efficient port platform is needed. And we have a public-public partnership with the government in a joint venture to develop a business case for this port platform where green hydrogen, where green ammonia, green steel, mining and agriculture products can be traded, can be stored, can be exported and for local offtake. And of course, by 2028, 2029, when green molecules will be produced, can also be an important bunkering hub for vessels taking the route of the Southern Cape. And basically, where we come in and where we assist and why the Namibian government wants us, because that's already a good question, is because we develop together, we co-create together a business case to finance, to build infrastructure of $500 million US dollars or euros, doesn't matter, to build a business case, to go to financiers, to get financial support from the European Union, from the African Development Bank, from the World Bank, from the IFC, from all the multilaterals, to invest in critical infrastructure, which looks like this. And if everything goes well, the ships of all your countries will sail into this new port by 2030, if all goes well, I say. And that's also how we are closely linked, and how the work you do, the partnerships you are creating here, impacts port authorities around the world, but also the other way around. So I want to thank my country for facilitating this dialogue and hoping to connect during the empanadas with those of you who would be interested to have a dialogue. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Buenas tardes a todas las...
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to Belgium for their presentation this lunchtime, and to Chile for the reception, and to the Easter Island dancers. Thank you. That was tremendous, and thank you indeed for your present, which you can see I'm proudly sporting. Many thanks. So, getting back to business and the financial reports, we have two requests for the floor, which we'll take, and that is Nigeria followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members of the High Table, distinguished council members, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, Nigeria thanks the distinguished delegation of Japan for the warm coffee reception, and that of Chile this afternoon. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the comprehensive and transparent financial update presented in document C-135/4B. Nigeria notes with appreciation that the organization has maintained fiscal discipline, ensuring that expenditure across all budgetary funds remain within the approved appropriation for the year 2025. The prudent management of exchange rate variances and effective use of resilience mechanisms, such as the Working Capital Fund and Special Contingency Account, reflects sound financial stewardship among persistent inflationary pressures and global economic uncertainties. Nigeria particularly welcomes the continued surplus of the trading fund, driven by digital transformation initiatives such as the IMO e-publication platforms, which not only enhances accessibility, but also reinforces the organization's sustainability and revenue base. Mr. President, Nigeria aligned with the Secretary General proposal to reallocate savings from the regular budget to address the shortfall in the Termination Benefit Fund, recognizing this as a pragmatic measures consistent with past Council's decisions. Nigeria underscored the importance of sustained investment in the Technical Cooperation Fund, which remains central to the effective implementation of IMO instruments, particularly for developing countries and small island developing states. In this regard, Mr. President, Nigeria urges continued donor engagement and equitable regional distribution of technical cooperation resources, with a focus on African maritime capacity building and safety initiatives. Nigeria therefore reaffirmed her commitment to the organization's strategic objective under the 2024-29 plan, and stand ready to support measures that enhances IMO's financial resilience, operational efficiency, and inconclusive in the global maritime domain. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. The delegation of Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to congratulate Monaco on their National Day. Thank you to Chile for the lunch, the wine, and the tremendous dance troupe. We would like to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for this document and for the clarity, which we'd like to emphasize, of the analysis of the budgetary performance for 2025 and prospects for the coming biennium. We are very pleased to note that despite the persistent inflation and volatility of the economy, the total expenditure for 2025 will, in general, remain within the approved appropriations for all funds, and thus maintain the organization's financial position, and that there wouldn't be a need to use the working capital fund and the special contingency account. We very much appreciate the prudent management of the budget in this connection. We'd like to emphasize the key importance of the ITCP, the Technical Cooperation Programme for developing countries, particularly for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we think that sufficient funding and predictable funding should be maintained for the fund. That is crucial if we are to effectively implement IMO instruments, including safety-related measures, marine environmental protection, and so on. We also take note of the growing pressure on the Termination Benefit Fund, the TBF, as a result of increased levels of separations from the service. We think that this is in keeping and consistent with previous practice that the Secretary-General would entertain covering this possible deficit by using savings on from the regular budget, as long as that is kept simply to the amount required and does not in any way impair implementation of technical cooperation levels agreed by member states. Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Ecuador. I see no further requests for the floor, so I'll turn to the Secretary-General for any additional information he may wish to add. Thank you, Chair. Well, could I begin by thanking all delegations for their comments? And of course, I would repeat that regularly at council sessions, I will continue to report back to you on all financial matters relating to the organization. As to the comments from Germany, yes, we conduct the process of budgeting with regard to separations we can foresee, but the difficulty with this matter is that one often can't always predict, because these are individual decisions taken by staff members as to when they may decide to leave the organization. So it's not something we expect to continually do, namely to use the Termination Benefit Fund. But really it's because it's very difficult to predict. So that's when we would do this. But our initial plan is always to budget for this type of separation. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you very much. So, having had these discussions, I take it that Council can take note of the information contained in the document 1354B and the comments which were made by the Secretary-General verbally, and secondly approves in principle the Secretary-General's proposal to fund the potential shortfall in the Termination Benefit Fund from the resources available in the regular budget, noting that such a transfer will only be made to the extent necessary to meet actual expenditure. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We will now move on to the third document under this sub-item. That relates to member state contributions, and I'd like to turn to the Secretary-General for his introduction to C135/4C on this matter. Thank you. Document C135/4C reports on the status of Member States' contributions as at the 31st of October 2025. It also reports on Member States falling under the provision of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. As Council will note, the collection rate as at the 31st of October 2025 of 97.35%, and that is ahead of collection rates for 2023 and 2024 at the same period. The status of contributions with regard to individual member states are shown in Annex 1 of the document, with a separate report on the status of Council members' contributions in Annex 2. Council may also wish to note that since the issuance of this document, funds were received from 7 member states towards the full or partial settlement of their 2025 assessments, bringing the collection rate as of today to 97.46%. Annex 3 of the document provides a status report of the 14 member states falling under the provisions of Article 61, and one which was granted a waiver at the 33rd session of the Assembly. I'm pleased to report to the Council that since the issuance of the document, the Republic of North Macedonia and the Kyrgyz Republic have cleared their arrears in full up to 2024, and thus no longer fall under the provision of Article 61. No further payments were received from the remaining 13 member states listed in Annex 3. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those members who have paid their contributions in full in accordance with the organization's financial regulations and financial rules, thus setting a commendable standard for all other member states to follow. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretary.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Can I now invite comments on document C1354C and the Secretary General's introduction to this? The floor is open.
Delegación de Tailandia.
Delegation of Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation joined the others by expressing heartfelt condolences to those member states affected by Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean and Typhoon Phung Wong in the Philippines. We thank Japan and Chile for the refreshment and food, and join the others to congratulate the Kingdom of Morocco on their national days. This delegation thanks the Secretary General for submitting document C135/4C on the status of member state contributions to the General Fund and the Working Capital Funds, as well as on member state falling under the provision of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. We are also glad to see the increase in contributions received this year compared to the 2024 and 2023. However, this delegation expressed our concern regarding the outstanding contributions of some member states, resulting in their loss of vote in Assembly, Council, and all committees. Therefore, we would like to take this opportunity to encourage those member states to discharge their financial obligation in a timely manner. Last but not least, Chair, this delegation fully supports the approval of the draft resolution set out in the Annex 4 of the document for submission to the Assembly for the adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand. The delegation of Mexico. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the delegation of Chile for the tremendous lunch reception. Mexico is in agreement with the contributions and the draft budget submitted by the Secretary-General for the forthcoming biennium. And we also note the strategic importance of implementation of the STCW Convention of 78 and the STW Code, and we therefore support the establishment of a new post for projects for the review of the code. The chair is interrupting the Mexican delegation. Apologies, says the chair of council, but we are now on C 1354C of the agenda. So that is the report on member states' contributions. The matter of the budget for the forthcoming biennium will be dealt with under 4E. So I would ask you to take the floor again when we reach that item. Thank you. Apologies, sir. No, not at all, says the chair. Thank you very much for your understanding. The delegation of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair.
Ruego nos dé un segundo, delegación de Arabia.
Could you just bear with us for 1 minute, delegation? Now.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks Japan and Chile, first of all, for the coffee break and the lunchtime reception. The reception was magnificent at lunchtime, it really was. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary-General for the comprehensive report presented in document C 135-4C on the status of Member States' contributions to the General Fund and the Working Capital Fund. And this report relates also to member states who fall under the provisions of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. Saudi Arabia welcomes the continued improvement in the organization's collection rate, with over 97% of the 2025 assessments received. This reflects a strong commitment of member states to the financial sustainability of the organization. We also commend the Secretariat for its ongoing efforts to ensure transparency and to engage constructively with members in arrears. The Kingdom emphasizes that timely and full payment of assessed contributions is crucial to enable the organization to implement its work program effectively and maintain sound financial management. Therefore, Saudi Arabia supports the draft Assembly resolution contained in Annex 4, which reinforces financial discipline, calls for the strict enforcement of Article 61, and promotes the contributions incentive scheme to encourage early payment. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. The delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Japan for the morning coffee break and Chile for the lovely lunch reception. The Philippines welcomes the Secretary General's support on member states' contribution and is encouraged by a strong overall collection rate of 97.35% as of 31 October 2025. We are pleased to note that the Philippines is among the 40 Council members that have fully paid their 2025 assessments, reflecting our belief that Council members must lead by example in meeting their financial obligations and supporting the organization's fiscal stability. At the same time, we remain concerned about the continued accumulation of arrears, amounting to over £699,000 from 15 member states for 2024 and earlier years. We also note that 14 member states remain under Article 61 of the IMO Convention, resulting in the loss of voting rights. The Philippines supports the consistent implementation of Article 61, as timely payment is essential to maintaining the predictability and integrity of the organization's budget, while recognizing that some states may face financial challenges. In closing, the Philippines endorsed the actions proposed in paragraph 9 of document C-135/4C and stands ready to approve the draft resolution in Annex 4 for submission to the 34th Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Philippines. Having heard those comments, I take it that Council firstly takes note of the information contained in this document, C-135/4C, as well as that provided by the Secretary-General verbally. Secondly, urges all member states that have not yet done so to meet in full their obligations to the organization as early as possible. Thirdly, reiterates its firm stance on the strict enforcement of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. And fourthly, and finally, approves the draft resolution attached in Annex 4 for submission to the 34th regular session of the Assembly for adoption. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And we now move on to C-135/4D, reporting, and it's addendum reporting on request by members for the waiver of the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. And I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce C-135/4D and its addendum 1, reporting on requests by members for waiver of the application of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. Document C-135/4D and its addendum provide information on the member states falling under Article 61 in order to enable the Council to report to the Assembly and to make recommendations on the request by any member state for waiver of the provision of Article 61. The annex of document C-135/4D shows the status as at 24th of October 2025 of 14 member states, excluding the former Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, falling under the provision of Article 61, and one member state who was granted a waiver by the 33rd session of the Assembly. Since the issuance of this document, the Kyrgyz Republic and the Republic of North Macedonia have cleared their arrears in full up to 2024 and thus no longer fall under the provision of Article 61. The other 12 member states remain under the provision of Article 61 as their arrears for 2024 and prior years are still outstanding to date. As part of the Secretariat's regular review of the situation with regard to Article 61, the Director of the Administrative Division wrote in March and in August of this year to member states falling under the provision of Article 61, drawing their attention to the requirements of Rule 58.1 and to the amounts which have been outstanding for more than 1 year. The organization has received a formal request for waiver of the application of Article 61 from the Republic of Cuba, as provided in the annex to document C135/4D Add 1. And turning to another aspect addressed in C1354D, namely Rule 59 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, which provides that any member seeking election to the Council shall have discharged its obligations to the organization or shall have committed itself at least 1 month before the Assembly to a schedule of payment submitted to the Secretary-General to do so, and shall have complied with the terms of any previously agreed schedule of payment. Should any member not meet these terms, that member shall not be eligible to seek election at that Assembly. The organization has received a written communication from the Russian Federation regarding its commitment to discharge its obligations to the organization in accordance with the provisions of Rule 59 in view of difficulties in making cross-border payments. A copy of the letter is provided in Annex 2 to document C1354D. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General, por la presentación.
Thank you, Secretary General, for the information. And before we open the floor for comments, I'd like to invite the delegation of the Republic of Cuba to provide additional information on the request for the waiver which they have submitted. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Chair, distinguished delegates, Cuba would like to express its thanks for this opportunity to address you briefly with regard to the situation on financial contributions to the organization. As is publicly well known, Cuba continues to face severe difficulties in conducting international banking operations as a consequence of unilateral measures which directly affect financial transactions or external financial transactions being conducted. These restrictions, which are something that we can do nothing about, have caused problems and delayed payments to international organizations, among others, including IMO. And in addition to this complex situation, we have the impact recently of Hurricane Melissa, which, as we've said already in this forum, was a devastating event. It caused significant material damage in a number of provinces of the country. More than 68,000 families were affected. More than 40,000 homes were damaged. And in addition, there were severe disruptions in basic services and infrastructure, essential infrastructure. Given this context and the exceptional circumstances, which is effectively tantamount to a situation of force majeure, Cuba has requested the granting of a waiver under Article 61 of the IMO Convention. I would like to restate that it is Cuba's firm intention, and we would restate our commitment to fully comply with all its financial obligations as soon as circumstances enable us to transfer the necessary funds. In sum, despite the very complex economic situation which the country faces, the Republic of Cuba has been able to set aside the necessary financial resources to comply with our contributions. However, we have not been enabled to go further because of unilaterally imposed restrictions, and that has made it impossible for us to proceed further with these transfers. Thank you very much, Cuba, for the information. And I'd like now to ask Council for comments on C1354D and its addendum. The floor is now open. The delegation of Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I begin, I wish to express gratitude to the delegation of Chile for a lovely lunch and a wonderful entertainment. It was a reminder that even though Chile is on the South American mainland, it is facing the Pacific. And so the Polynesian culture was alive and well on display today. And we want to thank their ambassador and their delegation for providing us with that reminder. Chair, we wish to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the production of the two documents. The situation in relation to Cuba and its inability to meet its financial obligation to this organization is an ongoing one, and one that has been with us for some time. As pointed out by the distinguished delegate of Cuba, the recent devastation wrought by Hurricane Melissa has exacerbated that situation. And the Bahamas has constantly and continually supported this waiver under the circumstances whereby they are not able to meet external obligation as many of us are. And considering the if I may use the same expression used by the head of delegation, this force majeure, we certainly encourage other member states to support this application for a waiver under Article 61. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias. Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. The United Arab Emirates.
Shukran. Thank you, Chair. First of all, our delegation would like to express our deep condolences and sympathy with Jamaica, Cuba, and Haiti, who have been affected by Melissa hurricane. And we also express our solidarity with the Philippines and other countries which have been impacted by the the hurricane, and we wish them speedy recovery. We also like to congratulate Monaco on their National Day, which coincides with today. And we also thank Japan for the coffee morning, and we thank Chile for the excellent lunch. Regarding the matter at hand, we would like to thank the Secretary General for the two documents. The UAE delegation emphasizes the importance of paying financial contributions, which enables this organization to carry out its work continuously and efficiently, in accordance with Article 61 of the IMO Convention. We are fully aware that all member states are striving to fulfill their contributions to the organization. However, at the same time, we fully understand the difficulties that some member states are experiencing in financial transfers due to sanctions and to exceptional circumstances. Accordingly, my delegation supports the request contained in document C-135/D/4/D, and we support Cuba's request for a waiver as stated in document Add 1. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you very much, United Arab Emirates. The delegation of Chile, please. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for the information with regard to the waiver request from the Republic of Cuba under Article 61 of the IMO Convention. We've taken note of the background, more particularly the effect of the devastating hurricane which affected more than 68,000 families and has caused severe damage to infrastructure and essential services in various provinces of the country. We are a country which is all too well familiar with the human consequences and the material result of natural disasters, and we empathize with the people of Cuba, and particularly understand the extent of this emergency. Given the situation of force majeure and Cuba's clear commitment to regularize its financial obligations, Chile would recommend that we we agree to the waiver requested, because we believe that there are solid humanitarian and material grounds on which more than justify this. Thank you.
Delegación de Brasil.
Thank you. The delegation of Brazil.
Chair, good day to all. Brazil has carefully considered the request submitted by the Cuban government and the update on the recent impact of the Hurricane Melissa, which caused extensive material damage in the several Cuban western provinces. Despite this challenge, Brazil understands that the Cuban government is dedicating substantial efforts and resources to recovery and reconstruction, firmly maintaining its international commitments. In light of these extraordinary circumstances, this delegation wishes to express its support for granting an exemption to Cuba under Article 61 on the Convention. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Saudi Arabia, please.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary General for the information provided in document C135 4D at 1 concerning request for a waiver of reapplication of Article 61. We take note of the request submitted by the Republic of Cuba, and we commend the Secretariat for its transparency in keeping the Council informed of such developments. The Kingdom reiterates its view that Article 61 serves an important purpose in safeguarding the financial discipline and credibility of the organization. At the same time, we recognize that the Assembly's discretionary authority to grant waivers is essential to ensure fairness and flexibility, particularly in cases where Member States demonstrate good faith and a genuine commitment to settle their arrears. In view of the circumstances communicated by the Republic of Cuba, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia supports the granting of the waiver requested by Cuba under Article 61. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Jamaica, please.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Japan for hosting coffee break this morning and Chile for hosting lunch. We thank the Secretary General for the papers before us. We have also carefully considered and can support the request made by the government of Cuba for a waiver under Article 61 for the reasons mentioned by the delegation of Cuba in their intervention a short while ago, including the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. Thank you.
Gracias, Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. The delegation of China, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, this delegation wishes to express our condolences to the delegations of the Caribbean countries for the recent natural disasters. We also congratulate Monaco for its National Day. We thank Japan and Chile for sponsoring the coffee break and the lunch reception. We take note that the difficulties faced by the Republic of Cuba in recent years and its active efforts to pay its assessments. In view of the objective obstacles and the challenges faced by Cuba in implementing Article 61, we believe these deserve to be taken into consideration. We agree that the Council should submit a report and a recommendation to the Assembly to grant Cuba a waiver for the requirements of Article 61. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a China.
Thank you, China. Delegation of Panama, please. Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time the delegation of Panama has spoken, we'd like to extend our condolences to our brother and sister countries in the Caribbean after the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, and also with the Philippines on events there. We'd like to congratulate Monaco on their National Day and to thank the delegations of Japan for excellent coffee and Chile for that spectacular cultural display, which really cheered us all up at lunchtime. Having said that, we'd like to join with other delegations in supporting the granting of the waiver to Cuba as this was a very specific event, the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, and under the Assembly Rules of Procedure and Article 61, where force majeure can also be the basis for granting a waiver, this delegation believes that we should or could support the request for a waiver which Cuba has made. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. Delegation of Peru. Thank you, sir. The delegation of Peru would like to express its thanks to the delegation of Chile for the lunch reception. Turning to Cuba's request, Peru would like to express its support under the provisions of Article 61 of the IMO Convention, and also given recent events which we're all familiar with. We would therefore say that given the very complex geography in our country and exposure to natural disasters, we very much understand the reasons behind Cuba's request, which we support firmly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you to the delegation of Peru. As you can see, we have broad support for a favorable decision on Cuba's request for a waiver. I have a long list of requests for the floor: Indonesia, Egypt, Cyprus, Turkey, Mexico, Namibia, South Africa, Gambia, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Russian Federation, Qatar, Malaysia, and others who are popping up on the list. If all those countries have requested the floor to support this request for a waiver by Cuba, then I would be very grateful if you would withdraw your request to speak, because I intend to recommend to Council that the waiver under Article 61 should be approved by Council.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you. Thank you all for your kind understanding. I do still have a request from the delegation of Gambia and the Russian Federation. Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, for giving us the floor once again. We want to thank the Secretary General for introducing documents C-135/4C and 135/4D. Mr. Chair, whilst the Gambia does not fall under Article 61, our observation of document 3C-135/4C indicated that the Gambia has 2025 arrears, and that is not the case. The Gambia made payment of her 2025 contributions in May of 2025, which evidence is available. We would like the Secretariat to confirm this with their records and update accordingly. We support the draft resolution at C-135/4C and also support the waiver request from Cuba. Thank you.
Gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, delegation of Gambia. The Secretariat is checking that your payment, as you said, was indeed made in May of this year. And in the meantime, we will turn to the delegation of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon, Secretary General. Good afternoon, colleagues. From the outset, we would also like to express our solidarity with those countries in the region affected by Hurricane Melissa, and we express our condolences for those lost. We also express our condolences to the Philippines for those who were lost as a result of the typhoon. We would like to also thank Japan for the coffee and also Chile for the superb lunch and the wonderful presentation. I was surprised, sir, to see how you can pay such attention to what's happening here in the room, following on from the dancers at lunchtime. I'm really impressed. But looking around the room, not everyone's fallen asleep. No one's asleep at all. Everyone's listening very carefully to what you're saying. So that's a tribute to you, sir. Chair. Of course, we support the previous speakers who spoke to support the waiver requested by Cuba under Article 61. We all understand the reasons, and Cuba have presented them here again. Chair, just wanted to add a few words in relation to what is written in paragraph 8 and 9 of document 1354D. Indeed, in line with Rule 59 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, our country has submitted a letter to the Secretary General. I would like to reassure you, ladies and gentlemen, that a great deal of work is underway to find ways for the Russian Federation to pay their commitments. The reason why we have not been able to pay these so far are the illegal unilateral sanctions in the banking sector. That being said, I would like to personally thank the Director of the Administrative Division, Zaru Prempa, and her team, and Andrew Richardson in particular I would like to name here. Over the past year, we have had many meetings with you on this matter to try and find a way forward to ensure that we can make our payments. And there is work underway in our capital, and I'm sure that in the near future we will be able to resolve this issue. As we have stated in our letter, we are convinced that we will be able to get this done. And we would like to express our commitment to the rules. We have always spoken in favour of strict observance of the financial rules of the organisation, and this is something which we plan to uphold which we will always uphold ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la Federación.
Thank you to the Russian Federation. Having heard those comments, I take it that Council takes note of the information provided in this document and its addendum, and notes the letter from the Russian Federation with regard to Rule 59 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure, and thirdly and finally, recommends to the Assembly that the waiver request, that is waiver from Article 61 from the Republic of Korea, be approved.
Espero que se pueda mostrar de acuerdo con estos.
And if, well, I hope you can agree with these decisions, and if there are no objections, it is so decided. I'd like to ask the Secretary General to reply to the request for information from the delegation of Gambia. Thank you, Chair. And by way of response to the distinguished delegate of Gambia, we did receive a payment in May of this year, which covered other payments. So according to our records, the information that we have in document C135/4C is a reflection of the current situation. There is still a payment outstanding, as it says in that document. But I would invite the delegate of Gambia to be in touch with our administrative director, who will be able to provide further information or greater information on this. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. And now we move on to the last point of the item, that is E1354E, on the results-based budget for 2026-2027. And I'll turn to the Secretary General to introduce C1354E on the results-based budget for the forthcoming biennium. Thank you, sir. Following Council's approval in principle of the budget proposal at its last session, our work has focused on two areas: reviewing the external factors which affect us, particularly inflation and the GBP, pound sterling to US dollar exchange rate, and reviewing the work programme and assessing the budgetary impact of any significant changes. Starting with the external factors, there have been two changes in recent months. Inflation has remained higher for longer than had been expected, while the pound sterling has strengthened against the US dollar. With regard to inflation, the largest unknown is the effect it will have on the outcome of the review of local salaries conducted by the International Civil Service Commission, the ICSC, which takes place every 10 years. The results will only be known in spring of 2026. But the outcome of that review in other duty stations has produced a significant financial effect. And given the financial climate and inflation over the past 10 years, the review for the London duty station is likely to be no exception. The improvement in the exchange rate, therefore, provides a buffer to offset this risk, or at least in part, without increasing the regular budget overall. Inflation remains the single largest risk facing the organisation, and I will assess the budgetary effect when the results of the local salary survey are known. At that time, I will, if necessary, make use of contingency measures such as the special contingency account in order to mitigate the risk for the 2026-27 biennium. With regard to changes in the work programme, the Council will recall that additional resource was approved for the review of the STCW code at its last session, which you will now see reflected in the regular budget from 2027 only as a project post. Since existing extra budgetary funds are available to support this role up to the end of 2026. You will also be aware that the second extraordinary session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee was suspended for 1 year, meaning that it will resume in 2026. While the exact arrangements are not yet finalised, it is certain that there will be additional direct costs associated with that meeting, which will be inserted into what is already an extensive meetings programme. Accordingly, I've included an amount of £200,000 in the regular budget for 2026 only. These last 2 points are the only substantial changes in the results-based budget from that approved in principle by the Council at its last session, and you will see the revised regular budget in Table 2 with changes shown clearly in Table 3. Details are also provided on the potential impact of 2 additional items with budgetary implications, which this Council have been expected to consider, shown in Table 4. At this stage, these are shown for information purposes only, with the substantive discussions on these items to be taken in subsequent agenda items. These are related to the proposal for the introduction of a new subcommittee for the MEPC and the introduction of Arabic as a working language for the Assembly only. Subject to the Council's consideration of the latter, I will make any necessary consequential changes in the regular budget when forwarding it on to the Assembly for adoption. There are some relatively minor changes in the Trading Fund budget from that approved in principle at the Council's last session, as this is affected slightly differently by external factors to the regular budget. And we've also updated our revenue forecasts. These changes are shown in Table 5 of the document. The budget before you is not without risks for the coming biennium. And these risks and their mitigations are clearly laid out in the document itself. The changes made since the budget approved in principle by the Council at its last session are laid out clearly and transparently, and I believe that this continues to strike the right balance necessary to provide the Secretariat with the resources needed in order to deliver the services you expect, and our desire to deliver as efficiently and cost-effectively as possible, thus meeting your expectations. Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you, Secretary General, and I'd now like to invite comments on C1354E and the Secretary General's introduction to the document. So the floor is now open. Delegation of Chile. So, sir, thank you. I'd like to thank the Secretary General for the presentation of the results-based budget for the 2026-27 biennium. This is an institutional culture and its reflection where resources are not simply seen to be a means of carrying out activities, but also an investment which is intended to generate outputs. And we would encourage a continuation of that with regard to strategic planning. With regard to the content, we value and appreciate the technical rigor which has taken account of changes given the economic context and the behaviour of staff costs and decisions taken by Council. We think it reflects a clear effort to maintain financial prudence and continuity at the operational level, and the strategic plan in this way is fully coherent. We in particular note the inclusion of the necessary resources for to further the review of the STCW, or the STW code, which is crucial as an instrument for strengthening quality, competence and training of seafarers, and we very much appreciate this technical priority. In sum, we support approval of the regular results-based budget and approval of the draft resolution, Assembly resolution, which is appended to it. Thank you. Thank you. The delegation of Spain.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. España desea solidaridad.
Thank you, sir. Spain would like to express its solidarity with all those member states who've been affected by extreme weather events and which has left a trail of human grief and destruction in its wake. We'd like to thank the Secretary-General for and welcome those who've been appointed recently, and thank those who have given lengthy service. We'd like to also congratulate Monaco on their National Day and thank those who have offered receptions and coffee. Turning to the matter in hand, we'd like to thank the Secretary-General for the submission of the up-to-date budget for 2026-27. As we said at the last Council 134, we welcome the efforts undertaken by the Secretary-General to strike a balance between budgetary oversight and the ever greater workload placed on the Secretariat. As to external risks, namely inflation and the exchange rate, we trust that an eye can be kept on them without any need to increase the budget, and were it to be necessary, steps could be taken to mitigate the risk in the next biennium. We note the substantial changes which have been made since Council 134 approved the budget in principle, and we think that these changes should be introduced as we see in Table 3. Spain is in favour of approving the draft results-based budget for the 26-27 biennium and the related draft Assembly resolution. And while we understand that there may be other additional elements with budgetary impacts or consequences which will be given consideration under other agenda items, such, for example, is the case of multilingualism. Thank you. Thank you, Spain. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. First, the Republic of Korea would like to express its sincere appreciation to Chile for hosting such a wonderful reception and for the very delicious lunch and excellent wine. The Republic of Korea would like to express its gratitude to the Secretary-General and the Secretariat for preparing document C-1354E, reflecting the changes since the 134th section of the Council. We generally support the proposed result-based budget for 2026 to 2027. In particular, we appreciate the timely reflection of matters already approved or under discussion, including the additional resources allocated to support the resumption of MEPC ES2, as well as the provision of the STCW Convention.
We also believe that retaining the savings from the exchange rate related adjustment to cover anticipated impact of ICSC local salary survey is a reasonable measure for the organization's financial resilience. In addition, regarding the proposal for the adoption of Arabic as a working language for the Assembly, this delegation supports this proposal, as we consider this an important step forward in strengthening the organization's multilingualism and inclusivity. Likewise, the proposal to establish a new subcommittee on the reduction of GHG emission from ships was agreed in principle by the MEPC. Therefore, the Republic of Korea agrees to approve the draft Assembly resolution on the results-based budget for the 2026 to 2027 biennium, as set out in the annex. We also agree to submission to the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la República de Corea.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. The delegation of Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, this delegation would also like to thank Chile for the wonderful lunch reception. Regarding the matter on head, Germany thanks the Secretary General for the detailed result-based budget proposal for the next biennium. Germany expressly welcomes the fact that the increase in membership fees is kept to an absolute minimum. The additional post for the revision of the STCW Convention is absolutely necessary, as well as the continuation of the extraordinary MEPC meeting next year. In addition, the provision for rising person costs due to the inflation rate is also welcomed. In order to minimize the additional financial burden on member states, Germany invites the Secretary General to absorb further additional expenditure through financial reserves as far as possible. In view of the still open decisions, Arabic as another working language for the Assembly, and the establishment of a new subcommittee on reduction of GHG emissions from ships, Germany would like to comment as follows. Germany is explicitly committed to
Perdone que le interrumpa, delegación.
Apologies, Germany, for interrupting. With regard to the use of Arabic as a working language in the Assembly and with regard to the establishment of the new subcommittee, we will have an opportunity to deal with that, to comment on that and under other agenda items as additional elements that have been included by way of information by the Secretary General in this document. So we don't need to address them here and now in the discussion on the budget.
Okay, then we will come back to this point.
Muchas gracias por el entendimiento.
Thank you very much for your understanding.
Delegación de Singapur.
Delegation of Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Chile for the sumptuous lunch reception. On the item at hand, Singapore expresses our appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the commendable efforts in preparing the budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. We note the pressures that the IMO is under to deliver more with less. This is especially so given the ongoing inflationary pressures, salary increases, and a large workload which in turn requires an increasing amount of resources. Singapore supports the actions requested of the Council, noting that there's a need to strike a balance between financial prudence and meeting the organization's strategic objectives. We continue to urge IMO and fellow member states to explore ways to better prioritize and progress strategic work so that we can make efficient use of our limited resources. Singapore stands ready to support in this regard. Thank you.
Gracias a Singapur.
Thank you. Singapore. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. U.S. would like to thank Japan for coffee and treats, and Chile for the empanadas and the impressive ceremonial dance. The United States maintains a policy of identifying internal reprogramming or expense reductions to offset any existing or new core mission requirements, rather than seeking higher assessed contributions from member states. The United States continues to hold a zero nominal growth policy regarding international organizations. The United States maintains international organizations should remain within their core mandates and seek efficiencies to manage a balance between expenses and expected revenue. Beginning with the 2028-2029 biennial budget, we will no longer be willing to accept a budget that does not fall below the zero nominal growth levels. We would welcome a collaborative effort among like-minded states that value fiscal responsibility to explore opportunities for greater efficiencies and cost savings going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. The delegation of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And we also would like to thank Chile for the lunch reception event, which actually empowered us and made us feeling much warmer. So thank you. Japan would like to thank Secretary General for preparing the budget plan, as well as for the update explaining the circumstances resulting in slightly increased budget plan. Having carefully looked through the document and the proposed budget, Japan considers that although the proposed budget is increased slightly from the current biennium, we understand the circumstances which was necessary to be addressed in the revised plan, and that the revised plan is still within the range of inflation rate. In other words, if the real growth that the real growth rate was 0%, below 0%. In this regard, Japan appreciates all the efforts made by the Secretariat to minimize the cost increase, despite a number of external factors, as well as increasing workload of this organization. Therefore, Japan in general supports the proposed budget for the next biennium. While we appreciate the ongoing effort by the Secretariat, as a Council member, Japan must emphasize that continuous efforts to improve the efficiency of this organization and to minimize the cost is of paramount importance, ideally aiming for zero nominal growth. Japan cordially requests the Secretary General to continue and enhance its efforts to minimize the cost to the extent of possible. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Delegation of Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, thanks to Chile for the great lunch reception. Sweden thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the comprehensive and well-prepared result-based budget proposal for 2026 to 2027. We welcome the updated submission, including the clarifications provided regarding external factors such as inflation, exchange rate developments, and the forthcoming local salary survey. From our perspective, the updated budget appears balanced and robust. We appreciate that the adjustment made since C134 remain limited in scope and are clearly justified. We also value the transparency with which the implication for the Member States' assessment have been presented. On this basis, we can support the revised result-based budget and the associated draft Assembly resolution to be forwarded to the Assembly 34 for final approval. Thank you.
Gracias a Suecia. Brasil.
Thank you, Sweden. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil thanks Chile for the warm lunch atmosphere. Muchas gracias, Chile. Brazil thanks the Secretary General for document C135-4E, which presents the detailed results-based budget proposal for the next biennial, and express its support to approve the revised budget proposal as shown in Appendix 1 and 2 of the Annex. Regarding paragraph 10, Brazil takes notes of the budgetary implications presented. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Brasil. Filipinas.
Thank you, Brazil. The Philippines, please.
¿Puede volver a solicitar la...
Could you request the floor again?
Ahora puede tomar la palabra, Filipinas.
Yes, Philippines, I think you can take the floor.
Can I be heard now? Thank you. The Philippines welcomes the 2026-2027 results-based budget proposal in document C135/4E and commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the careful refinement of the Council-approved outline. We appreciate the prudent adjustments to exchange rate assumptions and staff cost allocations, which demonstrate effective risk management and ensure the organization's financial stability and operational efficiency. We particularly support the allocation of £130,000 in the 2027 regular budget for the establishment of an additional project post in the Maritime Safety Division. This post is essential for advancing the urgent review of the STCW Code, a matter of strategic importance to the Philippines as a major supplier of global seafarers. We also welcome the increase in meeting weeks to accommodate the resumption of the second extraordinary session of MEPC in 2026, which ensures the continued delivery of critical operation priorities. We acknowledge the potential budgetary implications of other proposed initiatives. And in conclusion, the Philippines supports the results-based budget and associated key funds which align resources with IMO's strategic directions, including Strategic Direction 1 on capacity development and Strategic Direction 8 on organizational effectiveness. We endorse the proposed actions, including the approval of the revised regular budget, the financing proposal by member state assessments, and the draft assembly resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Philippines. Mexico, please. Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to thank the Secretary General for the document, and we agree with the biennial assessment of contributions and the draft budget set out here for the next biennium. And we agree with the factors that have affected this decision. We therefore agree with the biennial assessment of contributions for the budget. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. This delegate thanks Chile for the wonderful reception during lunch. Malaysia welcomes the Secretary General's result-based budget proposal for 2026-2027 and commends the clear alignment between strategic priorities and operational needs. The revised appropriates and financing arrangement reflects sound financial management while ensuring the organization remains adequately resourced to meet its expanding mandates. Malaysia notes the update to the Trending Fund and Technical Cooperation Fund, which remain vital for technical assistance and capacity building. Malaysia therefore encouraged the Council to give due consideration to approving the revised budget and accompanying draft Assembly resolution, enabling continue of operation and strengthening the organization capacity to address evolving global maritime challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. The delegation of China. Delegation of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Chile and Japan for starting us off in the manner in which we intend to go on over the next 2 weeks. I would like to thank the Secretary-General for outlining his updated proposed budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. As we said in the last Council session, the emphasis in the proposal on efficiency and cost saving, including the streamlining of organisational structures, investment in technology and strategic use of reserves, is welcome. We appreciate the transparency with which the Secretary-General has highlighted the changes in assumptions on external factors from the proposal presented to the Council in the previous session. Given the rising operational costs due to inflation and other factors outside the Secretary-General's control, balanced with the new work demands, the United Kingdom can support the approval of the proposed budget. The United Kingdom continues to encourage the Secretary-General to have a clear focus on delivering value for money and achieving efficiencies within the organisation, including prioritisation where possible. Thank you.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you, United Kingdom. The delegation of China, please.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation, in principle, supports the proposed budget for 2026 to 2027. This delegation commends the Secretary-General's efforts to reduce expenditures, and we also acknowledge the results achieved by the Secretary-General and his team in diversifying investment channels, relocating resources, controlling budget growth, and limiting the increase in member states' assessments. We can, in principle, support the 2 newly added budget items listed in document C135/4E, namely the resumption of the MEPC extraordinary session and the comprehensive revision of the STCW Convention. At the same time, we call on the Secretary-General to continue focusing on improving efficiency and controlling costs, and to concentrate resources on addressing the severe challenges facing the shipping sector and the urgent matters within the organization's mandate. Thank you, Chair.
China, Canada.
Thank you, China. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, we'd like to thank Japan for hosting the morning coffee break and Chile for the delicious lunch and hospitality. Canada thanks the Secretary-General for the submission that clearly sets out the various key aspects of the IMO budget, including assessments, underlying assumptions, and mitigating measures in place to manage the budget. Although Canada encourages the IMO to continue to strive for no increase in the annual budget of UN agencies, we are mindful of factors like inflation and of decisions made by IMO committees and subcommittees that increase resource requirements. Balancing our ambitious work plan with the economic pressures on our organization will continue to require clear communication at and between committees and subcommittees. Canada greatly appreciates the efforts that have already been made to find efficiencies and minimize increases in assessments, including a review of the relevance of vacant positions and adoption of new technologies. Continued vigilance for and leveraging of cost-saving opportunities will be necessary to position our organization to address upward cost pressures, potentially such as the increase in IMO staff salary scales expected to result from the local salary survey results that will be released before our next Council meeting. Therefore, Canada supports the decisions requested of Council as outlined in C135/4E, given the financial position of the IMO at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Canadá.
Thank you very much, Canada. Well, I see it's 4 o'clock, so high time for tea. And I'd like to invite the delegation of Malaysia to take the floor for an interesting announcement.
Thank you, Chair. Thinking of keeping the fruitful discussion momentum going, Japan set the pace Chile raised the bar, and now it's Malaysia here to make sure no one runs out of energy until next week. This delegation warmly invites all delegates to enjoy Malaysia-style coffee tea break at the Delegate Lounge. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a Malasia. Nos vemos.
Thank you, Malaysia, and we will meet again at 4:30. Have a good break.
buenas tardes de nuevo a todas las delegaciones.
Well, good afternoon again, everyone, and thank you very much, Malaysia, for the tea break. And we'll continue where we were on the results-based budget for 26-27. And Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Chile for the lunch reception and Malaysia for the afternoon tea. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the presentation of the updated results-based budget proposal for 2026-2027. We support in principle the proposal for submission to the 34th session of the Assembly, and we note that the overall assessment on Member States represents only a marginal increase of 1.3% and 1.2% respectively, compared with previous years, necessary to safeguard the organization's operational capacity and ensure the effective implementation of our strategic plan. These adjustments arise mainly from external factors, such as inflation and exchange rate fluctuations, while forthcoming decisions may entail further financial implications. Greece, as one of the largest contributors, reaffirms its trust in the Secretary General and its prudent and transparent financial management of this organization, and remains committed to supporting the IMO in fulfilling its mission for the global maritime community. Thank you.
Gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we would like to thank Chile for the wonderful reception and Malaysia for the coffee. Indonesia thanks the Secretariat for the detailed results-based budget proposal for 2026-2027. We note the updated inflation and salary survey assumption and encourage continued transparency so that Member States can anticipate any future budget impacts. We also encourage that the Secretariat to identify efficiencies and internal reallocation so that its creation does not increase Member State assessed contribution. Indonesia further notes that the increases in the Technical Cooperation Fund largely reflect exchange rate adjustment. We underline the importance of strengthening real support for developing countries as regulatory requirements continue to grow. Finally, Indonesia highlights the need to ensure that access to IMO publication remains affordable for all Member States. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, we would like to thank Malaysia for the tea break. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wishes to thank the Secretary General for the comprehensive presentation of the results-based budget for 2026 to 2027 biennium as contained in document C-135-4E. We commend the Secretariat for its continued commitment to sound financial management and transparency in preparing a budget that balances prudence with the resources required to implement the organization's priorities effectively. Saudi Arabia notes the proposed total regular budget of £87.21 million, covering staff costs, operational expenses, and meeting programs, and reflects a careful and realistic approach, taking into account inflationary pressures and exchange rate fluctuations and adjustments from the local salary survey in London. We also appreciate the contingency measures in place through the Working Capital Fund and the Special Contingency Account to safeguard the organised financial stability. The Kingdom recognises and supports the inclusion of funding to introduce Arabic as one of the working languages of the Assembly in line with the organisation's commitment to multilingual and inclusivity. We further note the continued strong performance of the Trading Fund and the effective management of the Technical Cooperation Fund and other trust funds, which continue to underpin the successful implementation of IMO's work programme. We support the approval of the proposed regular budget and the related assessment on Member States, as well as the submission of the corresponding draft Assembly resolution at the 34th session of the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. We begin by thanking Japan and Malaysia for hosting the coffee breaks and Chile for the magnificent lunch reception. With the matter in hand, Chair, Bangladesh delegation appreciates the Secretary General for the comprehensive and result-based budget proposal for the year 2026-27 biennium and for the clarity with the updates since last Council. Chair, Bangladesh acknowledged that the overall assessment on member states for 2026-27 reflects only marginal increase from the outline previously approved in principle, the reason of which is well explained. We also recognize the addition arising from the Council's own decision, namely the resources required for the review of the STCW Code in 2027 and arrangement for the resumed second extraordinary session of the MEPC in 2026. This adjustment, to our understanding, is justified and within the organization's strategic priorities. Finally, Chair, Bangladesh appreciates the Secretary General's ongoing commitment to enhancing efficiency and optimizing the work of the Secretariat and support the actions proposed in the document. And our delegation remains committed to the organization's fiscal discipline and to ensuring its resources are aligned effectively with its mandate and strategic direction. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Bangladesh.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya thanks Chile for the lunch this afternoon, including the entertainment and the dance, and especially coffee from Malaysia. I ask delegates to wait for the Maasai dance on Friday. Maasai dance is from Kenya. Kenya thanks the Secretary General for the update provided in C-135/4E. We particularly thank the SG for the inclusion of budgetary provision that will support the early inclusion of the comprehensive review of the STCW. We hope the Secretary General will make necessary steps to address the risks identified. We support the approval of the result-based budget for the upcoming biennium as well as the draft Assembly resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Kenia, delegación de...
Thank you, Kenya. The delegation of Italy.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon to everyone, says the Italian delegation in Chile, in Spanish. We'd like to begin by thanking Chile for the lunch and the dance troupe, and we'd also like to thank Malaysia for the tea. Turning to the matter in hand, we welcome the efforts which have been undertaken by the Secretary General to carefully balance our resources for the forthcoming biennium and to keep costs down, given the circumstances. As a member state, we think it is important to try to keep cost rises to a minimum and to keep on track in terms of our goals as an organisation. We therefore support the proposal for a results-based budget and the action requested of Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you to the delegation of Italy for your statement and excellent Spanish, I must say, as was the case with Belgium. I really do envy you if you have language skills like that. the delegation of Malta.
Thank you, Chair. Malta wishes to extend its deepest condolences and support to all delegations that have been affected by recent natural disasters. Our thoughts are with you all. We also wish to express our sincere gratitude to all delegations that have offered and will continue to offer their generous hospitality today and throughout this week and the next. Turning to the agenda item concerning the proposed budget. So, in short, Malta aligns itself with the views of other delegations supporting the proposed budget framework, and we thank the Secretary General for the comprehensive proposal presented. We note the careful balance required in developing this budget. Specifically, we recognize that the organization must continuously address and keep pace with various external economic factors, including inflation and growing operational costs, to ensure the effective and efficient execution of its critical mandate. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Malta, delegación de Perú.
Thank you, Malta. The delegation of Peru. Delegation of Peru.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Malaysia, for the tea break this afternoon. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for document C1354E. We take note of the updates made to the results-based budget for 26-27, and we acknowledge the careful inclusion of external factors and the decisions taken by Council. We support the revised assessment and the financing proposal by means of contributions from Member States and the submission of the draft resolution to the Assembly. My delegation would restate its commitment to responsible or sound financial planning aligned with the strategic directions of the organisation. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Peru. And we'll turn now to the observer states. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us the floor. First, we want to thank Japan, Chile, and Malaysia for the warm hospitality. We wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their dedicated efforts in preparing the budget. We recognize the hard work involved in keeping expenditures within limits while ensuring that the organization continues to deliver on its mandate effectively. We are particularly grateful for the inclusion of an additional post in the Maritime Safety Division to support the revision of the STCW Convention. This is a timely and necessary measure, as the training of seafarers remain a cornerstone of safe and efficient shipping. We look forward to continue the work to enhance the safety and well-being of seafarers. We therefore support the proposed results-based budget. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Belgium. Well, we've had lengthy discussions on the budget, and following that, I take it that Council 1 notes the changes made to the results-based budget summarised in Table 2. 2. Approves the revised results-based regular budget proposal to Assembly by strategic direction and other work for the 2026-27 biennium of £87,212,000, comprising an appropriation of £43,367,000 for 2026 and an appropriation of £43,845,000 pounds sterling for 2027, as summarised in Appendix 1 of the Annex of, that is, the draft Assembly resolution, while noting the updated tables associated with the results-based budget as shown in Appendices 1 and 2 of the Annex. Thirdly, approves the financing proposal of the updated results-based budget to Assembly by assessments upon Member States of £76,620,000, comprising an assessment of £38,081,000 for 2026 and £38,539,000 for 2027. While endorsing the proposal to use for the reduction of the assessment offsetting income as shown in Table 6. 4. Notes that the Secretary-General will make consequential amendments to the draft Assembly resolution, if necessary, subject to further decisions by Council. 5. Notes the changes to the budgets of the Trading Fund and the Technical Cooperation Fund set out in Table 5 and Paragraph 17. And 6. And finally, approves the draft Assembly resolution on the results-based budget for the 2026-27 biennium contained in the annex, with any further amendments as may be agreed, and in accordance with Articles 21, 54 and 59 of the IMO Convention, submit it to the Assembly for consideration at its 34th regular session, with its comments and recommendation for its adoption. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And I'd like to congratulate the Secretary-General and the whole team in the Secretariat, the Administration Division, Finance team for the sterling work. And Council has approved your proposal. Is that your first, sir? Well, congratulations.
Pasamos ahora a considerar.
Moving on. We will now turn to agenda item 5. We're a little bit behind. Just recall, when you look at the provisional timetable, item 5 deals with the enhancement of multilingualism. 2 documents have been submitted under this agenda item. I'd like to structure the discussion as follows. First, I will invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce document C135/5/1 on strengthening the use of the Arabic language in IMO, and I will then invite the Secretary-General to introduce C135/5, providing information on the budgetary implications of introducing Arabic as a working language of the Assembly at its 35th session. And after that, I will open the floor for comments. So I'd now like to invite the United Arab Emirates to introduce document C135/5/1.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, on behalf of my delegation, I would like to thank Malaysia for the tea break this afternoon. On behalf of the co-sponsors, the United Arab Emirates is pleased to introduce this document. The Council may recall that at its 134th session, we considered the document C-134/8/1 and invited interested member states to submit a revised draft Assembly resolution on the progressive use of Arabic as a working language of the organisation to the next session of the Council, taking into account the comments made in plenary. The document, Chair, C 135.5.1, is a revised submission that took into account all comments made during Council 134, as well as those made intersessionally. Therefore, the co-sponsors propose considering the revised draft Assembly resolution on the inclusion and the use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, as set out in Annex 1, with a view to adoption by the Assembly at its 34th session, and in particular to 1. Include Arabic among the working languages of the Assembly by amending Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, and 2. Include in the budget estimates as indicated in C 135.5 for the biennium for the use of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly and this is to start from the 35th session. And 3, to request the Secretary-General to report on the implementation and experience gained. Thank you.
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates for that introduction to the document. And I'll now like to turn to the Secretary-General for an introduction to document C135/5. Thank you, Chair. Document C135/5 presents the Secretariat's estimate of the operational arrangements and the budgetary implications of introducing Arabic as a working language of the Assembly at its 35th session in 2027, and sets out the implications for internal documentation processes. Using the workload volume of the 33rd session of the Assembly as the planning baseline, delivery and introduction of Arabic would be organised on a session-specific basis, i.e. Translation under external contractual arrangements, subject to in-house revision and proofreading supported by temporary on-site staff. On that basis, the direct cost is estimated at about £215,000 sterling. The methodology, the assumptions and detailed breakdown are provided in the annex to the document. This analysis is submitted to inform consideration of the proposal in document C135/5/1, and of course I'm ready to provide any additional information. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and I'd now like to invite Council to make comments on these documents. The floor is open.
Delegación de Egipto.
The delegation of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس نود في البداية
Mr. Chair, at the outset, we would like to express our condolences to the families of the victims of the Melissa hurricane, and we thank Malaysia and Japan for the coffee break and the lunch break. Mr. Chair, the delegation of Egypt, as one of the co-sponsors of document C-135/5/1, to express our appreciation of the efforts of the organization to enhance multilingualism. We stress on this basis the importance of enhancing the use of Arabic to become one of the working languages of the organization. We stress our full support of that document and its proposal to use Arabic as one of the official languages in the organization, and to refer the draft proposal to the Assembly. Arabic, as one of the 6 official languages of the UN system, represents a common language of many member states in the organization. Egypt believes in the importance of multilingualism as a means of inclusivity and effective participation by all member states. Therefore, we believe that the introduction of Arabic as a working language in the Assembly is important, and this reinforces the organization's commitment to enhancing multilingualism. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Egypt. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to comment on the document presented by the Secretary General as well as the document submitted by the UAE. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary General for the comprehensive and balanced analysis presented in document C-135/5 regarding the adoption of Arabic, introduction of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly at its 35th session. The Kingdom firmly supports this initiative, which represents a strategic step toward deepening inclusivity, equality, and understanding within the organization. Arabic, as one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations, is spoken by more than 400 million people across over 20 Arab states. The Kingdom acknowledges the financial implications outlined by the Secretariat. However, we believe that the proposed allocation is responsible and proportionate. This will enhance equality and equity in the work of the organization. We commend the abilities of the Arabic translation section. The Kingdom urges member states to support this proposal, which will enhance multilingualism. With regard to document C-5/1, we were one of the co-sponsors of the document. This is based on the Assembly Resolution A1180/33 regarding the enhancement of multilingualism. It responds to the growing need to ensure that IMO's vital work is accessible to all member states. We urge the Council to accept this initiative and to send a message that the organization supports multilingualism. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil thanks Malaysia for the coffee break. And the Brazilian delegation expressed its appreciation to the Secretary General for presenting document C-135/5, which outlines the estimated budgetary implications of introduction Arabic as a working language of the Assembly at its 35th section. We further acknowledge that and thank the sponsors of the document C-135/5/1, which proposes a draft resolution for the inclusion of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, along with the corresponding amendment to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure. Brazil supports the introduction of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, and we recognize the importance of fostering multilingualism within the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Brasil. Delegación de
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would also like to extend its condolences to our IMO colleagues whose countries have been impacted by hurricanes and typhoons. We join with others to congratulate the new appointments for the Maritime Safety Division, Damien Chevalier, and Marine Environment Division, David Osborne. I'd also like to say thank you to Japan, Chile and Malaysia for your wonderful hospitality, and in anticipation, extend my thanks for all future hosts for refreshments during the course of this Council meeting. In respect to enhancements of multilingualism, Australia appreciates the Secretariat's analysis of the proposals to introduce Arabic as a working language of the Assembly. We continue to support the use of Arabic as a working language and efforts more broadly to enhance multilingualism at the IMO, and believe it's important for inclusive participation. We also note the resource implications and the proposed implementation approach. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Australia.
Thank you, Australia. France, please.
Merci. Thank you, Chair. From the outset, I would like to thank Chile and Malaysia for their very welcome support of delegations. We would like to also thank the Secretariat for the information they've provided us on the costs relating to Arabic at the Assembly. I will be brief. France supports this proposal in the interests of multilingualism. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, France, and thank you for the brevity. Delegation of Spain, please. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Malaysia for that tea break. Spain thanks the Secretary-General and the United Arab Emirates for the information and the proposals we've just heard with regard to the budgetary consequences of introducing Arabic as a working language for the Assembly at its 35th session and enhancing the use of Arabic in the IMO. For Spain, multilingualism is both a value and an advantage for the United Nations system and multilateralism, and therefore we believe it's essential for the delivery of our IMO goals. Therefore, we support the draft resolution, Assembly resolution, which we find in Annex 1 to C135/5/1 on the inclusion and use of Arabic as a working language for the Assembly, as well as the proposal for an amendment to Article 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly as set out in Annex 2 of that document. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Spain. Qatar, please.
Shukran. Thank you, Chair. At the beginning, we would like to express our condolences and sympathies with the governments and peoples of Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, the Philippines, and all other countries affected by recent disasters. We would like to thank Japan for the coffee break, and we thank Chile for the excellent lunch. We also thank the delegation of Malaysia for the afternoon hosting us. The delegation of Qatar, as a co-sponsor of document C135/5/1, fully aligns itself with the proposal regarding the introduction of Arabic as a working language in the Assembly. Arabic is an official language at the United Nations, and it is used by more than 430 million people, and it represents more than 20 member states in the IMO. The introduction of Arabic as a working language will enhance equality between official languages and support the participation of Arabic-speaking countries. It will also contribute to the understanding and implementation of IMO instruments. The gradual approach suggested in the document provides a balance between the expected results and the available resources, financial and administrative resources. Therefore, we support the draft resolution and we call on Member States to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Qatar. Cyprus, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to express our sympathy to the countries that suffered the consequences of catastrophic climate phenomena. I would also like to welcome the appointment of David Osborne as Director of MED and Damien Chevalier as Director of MSD. Also thanks to Japan and Malaysia for the morning and afternoon coffees, and also to Chile for the wonderful lunch event. Now, on the issue at hand, we'd like to thank the Secretary General and the UAE for introducing the two documents. Introducing Arabic as a working language of the Assembly represents a vital step toward enhancing multilingualism and inclusivity within the IMO. With more than 20 Arabic-speaking member states spanning 2 continents, the adoption of Arabic would significantly improve accessibility, participation, and comprehension of IMO instruments and proceedings. These moves aligns with the broader UN policy for linguistic parity and supports the effective implementation of maritime regulations by ensuring that member states can fully engage in their native language. The proposed amendment to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure reflects a recognition of Arabic's global relevance and the growing presence of Arabic-speaking nations in IMO activities. We thank the Secretariat for the estimated cost to support Arabic as a working language of the 35th session of the Assembly. This investment is both reasonable and strategic. The cost covers external translation services and temporary on-site personnel to ensure quality and timely processing across all phases of the Assembly cycle. Given the scale and importance of the Assembly's work, this expenditure is a modest and manageable addition to the organization's budget, especially when taking into account the long-term benefits of broader engagement, improved understanding of IMO instruments, and strengthened implementation across Arabic-speaking member states. A phased approach, as suggested by the co-sponsors, further ensures that the transition is smooth and financially sustainable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Germany, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Germany thanks Malaysia for the refreshing afternoon coffee break. Regarding this point, Germany thanks the Secretary General for the overview of additional staffing requirements and additional costs, provided that the Arabic language was introduced as a further working language for the next Assembly. Germany also thanks the co-sponsors for their updated proposal regarding the Assembly resolution and the amendments in Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Multilingualism is crucial for the United Nations system and therefore for IMO as well. It is both a value and an asset that enhance the legitimacy and effectiveness of multilateral policy and rulemaking. The Secretary General's overview clarifies that the acceptance of Arabic as an additional working language would result in additional requirements in the regular budget and thus to an increase of membership assessments. With regard to the proposed budget 2026 and 27, under Agenda Item 4E, and the increase in membership fees contained therein based on mandatory tasks, at this stage, Germany has concerns about introducing another working language. The background is the expected additional cost, which would have to be financed by a further increase on membership fees. Germany, fully understanding that the Arabic language plays an important role, as a lot of member states use it, proposes to postpone the proposal of introducing the Arabic language as a working language to the next biennium. This should also be seen against the background of the measures of the Secretary General and their implementation to reduce the burden in the translation section. Thank you.
Gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. The delegation of Morocco.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, we would like to express our gratitude to the member states which have hosted us during the BRICS. Regarding the document at hand, the delegation of Morocco would like to reaffirm its full support of the proposal presented by the UEA and other co-sponsors. The draft proposal is balanced because it requires the gradual implementation starting 2027, and the costs are modest compared to the expected benefits. Multilingualism is not a burden, but it's a value which enhances the legitimacy of organization and its effectiveness. Through the enabling all member states to express themselves and participate in using their languages, this will enhance the quality of our deliberations, and it's a means to facilitate the achievement of the aims of the IMO Convention and other IMO instruments. Arab countries cover an area of about 13 million kilometers, extending from the Hormuz Straits to Gibraltar Strait, and it covers about 400 million people. The member states in the IMO which use Arabic are 20 countries in 2 countries, Asia and Africa. Furthermore, Arabic is not used only in Arab countries, but it is spoken and understood on a wider scale in a number of other countries. Therefore, we call on member states to support this proposal and recommend the Assembly to adopt it. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Malaysia for sweets and coffee. The ability for all states to actively participate in discussions at the IMO is fundamental for the work of this organization. The work carried out in this organization and the great results we do achieve are a powerful example of multilateralism in action. Sweden firmly believes that we will only achieve the best result through dialogue and engagement with others. Sweden, a country where none of the official or working language of this organization is an official language, fully understands the importance of the multilingual as a means to promote inclusive participation in the work of the organization. We would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting the analysis of the budgetary implications of introducing Arabic as a working language of the Assembly as its 35th session in Document 5. Having analyzed the document from the Secretariat, we note that introducing one additional language for IMO Assembly is a substantial task with sizable cost implications for the organization and an increased workload for the Secretariat. We therefore believe that there would be merit in developing a cohesive and clear long-term plan on how to enhance multilingualism within the organization, considering all 6 official languages, Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish, in a cost-efficient and efficient manner. However, if we are to apply a step-by-step approach and gradually introduce more working language, Sweden can support starting with expanding the working language with Arabic at Assembly 35, We believe the co-sponsors of Document 5.1 have done a comprehensive and thorough work to prepare for such a decision, and we are very thankful for that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Sweden. I have a very long list of requests for the floor, as you can see on the screens. In the light of the comments made thus far, I understand that there is support for the use of Arabic as an official working language at the next session of the Assembly be approved. And I would be grateful if you are intending to support the proposal from the introduced by the UAE, that you would kindly lower your flags now, which would facilitate us and help us to deal with other items on the agenda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you for your cooperation and your kindness to the chair. Having now listened to your comments, I take it that the Council notes the information provided in the documents, that is C1355 and C13551, and in particular, 1. Approves the draft Assembly resolution as set out in Annex 1 of document C135/5/1 and submits it for the consideration of the 34th session of the Assembly. Approves the proposed amendments to the current Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, as set out in Annex 2 of document C135/5/1, with a view for adoption by the Assembly. 3. Requests to include the relevant provisions in the budget proposal for the biennium to enable the inclusion of Arabic as a working language for the 35th session of the Assembly. And fourthly and finally, invites the Secretariat to submit a document to a future session of the Council to report on the implementation and experience gained with the inclusion of Arabic as a working language of the Assembly, and assessing the necessary measures to be taken and the budget implications of the inclusion of Arabic as a fourth working language of other IMO organizations in stages, so that Council can further assess the proposal in document C13551. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. The delegation of Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for coming back again. It's just an observation regarding the proposed amendments to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. From our point of view, the proposed amendment, by deleting the word organization and including the word assembly in the first part of the sentence, is not necessary. Such an amendment would not be in line with the wording of the Rules of Procedure of all the other IMO organs. And in addition, this part of the sentence refers to the official languages which are identical for all IMO organs. And for us, it only seems necessary to amend the second part of the sentence dealing with the working languages. And therefore, Germany proposes the following wording of the Rule 28. The the official languages of the organization are Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. The working languages, of the assembly are Arabic, English, French, and Spanish, and that would be much more in line with the other rules of procedures of the organ. Thank you.
Gracias a Alemania por su...
Thank you, Germany, for your suggestion. We think this could be acceptable, as proposed by Germany, but I'd like to have perhaps the view of one of the co-sponsors of the document, in case there's any objection to that change, as requested by the delegate of Germany.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the delegation of Germany for this proposal. From our point of view, the delegation in Annex 2 of the document is fully in line with the rules of procedure of the Assembly. And we do not see any inconsistency. We believe that the proposal of Germany is also acceptable from our point of view and provides clearer, more clarity for Rule 28. And therefore, we accept the proposal of Germany. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias por su...
Well, thank you to the United Arab Emirates for that flexibility. Before we wind up on this agenda item, I'd like to congratulate all those of you who use Arabic as a language for this achievement in recognition of the use of the Arabic language as a working language for the IMO Assembly. So congratulations. And we would then move on to item 6, or at least we'd try to introduce it. Having had a quick look at the clock, we're near the end of our working day. This is the IMO number scheme, and I'd just like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the document which has been submitted. That is C135/6 on harmonisation of the regulatory framework, and for him to provide any additional information. Thank you, Chair. Document C135/6 reports on an updated and revised version of the draft Assembly resolution on the IMO Integrated Identification System and the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among Member States. In support of my initiatives to improve the Secretariat's efficiency, a review was undertaken of the regulatory framework for the IMO Ship Identification Number Scheme, the IMO Unique Company and Registered Owner Identification Number Scheme, and the tonnage assessment calculation. The review, which also drew on relevant UN practices, was presented to the last session of the Council. Based on the Council's feedback, a number of amendments were then incorporated into the revised draft Assembly resolutions. These include clarifying the distinction between mandatory and voluntary applications of both schemes, defining in-service status, introducing a 1-month time frame for entities applying for an IMO number to submit applications to the administrations and referencing the obligation to mark the IMO number under SOLAS Regulation 1113. Furthermore, it is proposed to maintain the current 7-digit IMO number format as available numbers remain sufficient. The revised draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme, along with the draft resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states, is submitted for Council's consideration and further action. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General, por la...
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for having introduced the document. And we will be going into this issue in more depth tomorrow morning because it is now 5:30 and I'd like to turn to the delegations of the United States and Italy who have announcements with regard to events this evening. So, United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, distinguished delegates. Thank you, Secretary General, for the opportunity to host this reception, and a heartfelt thank you to the IMO staff for their dedication and hard work in making tonight's event a success. It is an honor to address you today on behalf of the United States regarding our candidacy for re-election to Category A of the International Maritime Organization Council. The United States deeply values the IMO's leadership as a cornerstone of international maritime governance, setting standards that ensure the safety, security, efficiency, and sustainability of shipping worldwide. The IMO's work touches every corner of the globe, facilitating trade, protecting the environment, and advancing innovation in maritime operations. As a maritime nation, the United States has a profound interest in the success of IMO's mission. Our marine transportation system includes 361 ports and 25,000 miles of navigable waterways, supporting over $5.4 trillion in economic activity annually and providing nearly 30 million jobs. This underscores the vital role of maritime trade in global economic stability and prosperity. As a major port, flag, coastal, and trading state, the United States is committed to fostering a thriving international maritime infrastructure that benefits all nations and ensures fair and equitable global markets. Since signing the IMO Convention in 1950, the United States has been a proud and active member of the organization, contributing technical expertise, leadership, and financial support. We have contributed more than $8.8 million to the International Maritime Security Trust Fund since 2003, with an additional $325,000 earmarked for this year. These funds support capacity building activities and the implementation of the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, enhancing maritime security worldwide. The United States has also led efforts to review and strengthen the STCW Code and Convention, ensuring mariner training and certification standards remain robust and relevant in an evolving maritime environment. Additionally, we have spearheaded proposals to prioritize revisions to the Code of Safety for Nuclear Merchant Ships, reflecting our commitment to advancing technological innovation in the maritime domain. I also recall the strategic use of a piggy bank to enhance accountability and charity at the MSC. Recognizing the growing importance of cybersecurity, the United States has shared technical expertise and best practices to help the IMO develop a robust framework for addressing cyber risks. These efforts are critical to ensuring the safety and security of vessels, ports, maritime operations worldwide, particularly as cyber threats continue to evolve. Through training programs, subject matter expertise, and in-kind support, the United States has partnered with nations around the world to strengthen maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. Our contributions reflect the dedication to ensuring the resilience of the global marine transportation system. The United States reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the IMO's vital mission and to fostering universally agreed-upon standards that benefit global shipping industry. We pledge to continue our active engagement, to support the organization's goals, and to work alongside member states to advance a safer, more secure, and sustainable maritime future. We respectfully seek your support for the United States re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you all, and I hope you enjoy a taste of Avery Island, Louisiana, and Hershey, Pennsylvania, along with some fantastic food and drinks. For the record, I do not plan to speak at the reception, and you don't want to see me dance, but I do look forward to talking with you as refreshments are served. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you at the Delegates Lounge.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos y
Thank you to the United States. And can I just ask the interpreters, apologies, we've overrun, and I wasn't quite expecting that, says the chair. That's fine, sir. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, of course. The delegate of Italy has the floor.
Very quickly, thank you, Chair. We look forward to welcoming you all at our reception at our embassy, where we'll be glad to display our commitment into the maritime sector as a maritime country and as a candidate to the IMO Council Category A. And don't you worry, we will also make sure to treat you with our Italian typical food cuisine and specialties, which is now also a candidate to the UNESCO Heritage, if you didn't know. So see you later. Thank you.
muchas gracias.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Enjoy the receptions, and we'll meet here tomorrow at 9:30.